you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
Alexi. All right. Good day and welcome to this special broadcast on the Easter Monday on Have Your Say 247. My name is Chimezie, popularly referred to as Chim. So I do hope you enjoyed your Easter break. I hope it went well. You spent needed time with family, had food, took time to reflect on what the season means, whatever it means to you. Yes, so welcome to this special broadcast. First of all, I want to thank you for joining us. I hope you will stay. Please share the link, invite your friends, invite your well-wishers, family members, and also support these channel, IrokopostTV. A lot goes into this production, so however little you can support us financially and morally, we will welcome and appreciate it. So, yes. So today we're going to be talking about electricity, ethnicity, and religion, and how these three factors impede national progress. So you might be wondering, what is the connection between electricity, ethnicity, and religion? Yeah, some will say they can understand ethnicity and religion, but how does electricity come into it? You'll find that out down the line as we have this conversation. But to give you a bit of a snippet, in a country where we pray a lot, people would pray for power to get restored. You find people having events and they're busy praying that the power company should bring the light so that their fishes will not get spoiled and their drinks will be able to cool. They'll be able to have light to iron their clothes, or even have light as it were to be able to have their, music or sound systems played so that they don't spend money on generator and gas or petrol. Now you see how it connects it. In a country where we have ethnic tensions and we think some celestial being is going to come down from, the unknown and come and help us love our neighbors and help us realize why we need to coexist with each other and not be able to put in the work that it required to grow past those kinds of tensions. So that's why the religion comes in. Nigeria is grappling with a lot of challenges when it comes to electricity, small scale, medium scale, large scale businesses. A lot of them are shutting down. Some have even left the country in the last 2.5 years. If we even want to bring it down to small scale businesses, your roadside vulcanizer and mechanic, they all need power. The guy who's going to pump air into your tire when your tires are deflated, he needs power to be able to do that. That dress you want to wear to the next ceremony, be it a wedding or baby dedication or whatever it is, that tailor needs power. Increasingly, we're having power electric sewing machines and not the manual ones that exert a lot of energy. So if that tailor is going to be productive, they need energy. But for the longest time, Nigeria as a country has grappled with being able to be energy efficient. We hear of the national grid collapsing. Is this down to policy? Is this down to inefficiency? Is this down to lack of planning? What exactly is responsible for the inability of the nation to generate enough megawatts of power to supply its citizens that will in turn help them be productive in their different endeavors? So we want to unpack all of that. Of course, we also want to look at ethnicity. There is nothing wrong in belonging to an ethnic group. Everybody is a product of one sub group or the other, which we often refer to as ethnic groups. But are we too, engrossed in our ethnic colorations that it's impeding national development? In a country where increasingly political appointments are given on ethnic considerations, a country where when your man or your person is in the commanding heights of national position, it kind of makes you feel that, oh yes, we've arrived. You hear things like Emiloko, it is our own Kani, and all those kinds of things. Are those things impeding national development? Are they helping national progress in any form? So those are some of the things we want to consider today as we have this conversation, and hopefully you will come in and join us so that we can explore these things critically and review them and see how these things really, how we can go about resolving them. Same thing with religion. Ordinarily, people would say there is nothing wrong in religion. Religion is supposed to be, what brings you closer to your God. But have we taken a step further beyond just seeing religion as something that is personal between a person and their spiritual authority or God, whatever you want to call that? There are cases where people now use religion as a tool to maim, to stop progress. We've heard of cases where certain national assets are supposed to be cited in a particular place, and then ethnicity or religion become factors that influence those things being cited in where they ought to be cited in the first instance. So hopefully people will come into the state, into the chat section and on the studio to join in this conversation. I can't hold this conversation alone by myself, and I hope I'm not going to be on a monologue for a long time. So, but before we, while we wait for people to join, I am going to play a couple of videos and then watch and see when anyone comes in so that we can begin to further the conversation. So again, thank you for joining us. I'll be waiting. Like, share, invite your friend, come into the studio yourself. I don't bite. Just want to have a civil conversation and see how the conversations we're going to be having will in any way help. Maybe some policymaker somewhere might be listening in, and you never know. You might just be the person who will proffer that needed idea or solution that somebody will have the courage in government to pick it up and work on it. Maybe even invite you. I don't know, and then see how those things will help for national development. But while we're waiting, I am going to play one or two videos, if you allow me.
A lot of, we're really not tribalists, we don't care what tribe you come from, and yet you're telling me that in your politics, sometimes even in your relationships, tribalism is seeping through. Why is that? Let me hear from someone at the back here.
I would like to touch on the aspect of culture. I think that culture is meant, fundamentally to integrate us as a people. And the fact that he's maybe Igbo and I'm Yoruba, or he's Hausa, it doesn't change the idea and the fact that there is an aspect of individuality in everybody. So will I say that because if I have a bad attitude, for example, will I say that it's being Nigerian that made me have a bad attitude? No, it is me, Etajo Maria. Maybe I didn't think that the training that my parents gave me, maybe I didn't listen to them very well when I was growing up. That is what made me have a bad attitude.
Okay. Yes, I do. And because you mentioned Ifeanyi, I know you want to say something, but I want to come to Ikechukwu for a second here, because we're hearing about the values that are sometimes ascribed to you as part of your culture and your identity. Fantastic. But isn't there room for national values, for a Nigerian identity?
For someone like me, it comes very natural. I don't have the luxury of being a tribalist. The reason why I say this is because, first, I'm Igbo by tribe, I'm Deltan by origin, I'm Yoruba by birth and naturalization, I am Hausa by marriage, and I'm Efik.
Alberta homeowners, do not buy solar panels. Seriously, if you pay out of pocket
by maternal affiliation. So when I find myself in this kind of position, so how do I become tribalistic? So I think it has a lot to do with the individual. And first, when I hear people say, I'm first a tribesman before a Nigerian, I say something which is highly essential. You need to be a human before you belong to a tribe. Now, you hear the Hausas calling the Igbos Yamiri. Now, the word Yamiri actually came from the term Yemiri, which means give me water. When you're trying to tell someone that they are bad people and you're calling them Aboki, you're telling someone my friend, so your friend is a bad person. So you see, when you point a finger at someone, so much is pointing at you.
Let me hear from Jibril for a second here. By the way, I love the choir that's happening in the background here. Yeah. So, Jibril, there are a few things that he said, and I want to give you a chance to.
I just want to build on what he said. Like the Nyemri he called, give me water. It's something that emanated. It's a slogan during the Civil War. So, there's a way history used to affect us. So this new generation of, let's say, our set, they don't see that as offensive. So, but when history is being taught to them, that's when they will now recall that, so this is what this means. So eradicating history from the curriculum done by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo, which is a two-way thing. They brought eradication of history from the syllabus just to take off this civil war thinking, the tribalistic approach to things away from the newer generation. But as it stands, it has its pros and cons.
Okay. Let me hear from Ifeanyi for a second, because you've been wanting to speak for a while, and I want to find out from you, is there this disconnect between the young generation and the older generation? The older generation being the ones who went through the Civil War, who really know about the scars of tribalism.
Yeah. So the big disconnect. I say that very unequivocally. During the election, these past elections, it was very, very obvious, very clear, where the elder ones, they kind of like relaxed and didn't want to put too much pressure. They were just comfortable where they were. You get, it's almost like they were subdued. You get, the young ones wanted to move forward. They see other things on social media, how other countries are moving forward, their peers and everything. And they want to, like, what's happening? We have all the resources, we have everything. Why are we still here? You get, the whole NSAS thing showed how unity is actually is very, very unanimous with our younger generation. The Muslim prayed at the toll gate and the Christian gathered. After they finished, the Christians started praying, the Muslim got everywhere. You get, so it was very, very beautiful for me to see, to witness. You get, so I think our older generations are holding us back because of the things that happened. The British came in, divided everywhere, and then they now started using that as a system. It's almost, they put it as a system because it's not visible. That's why when you were speaking about National Orientation Agency, I think we need to be very, very black and white about things. We need to be very honest. If you're very honest, you can see things the way they are and then be able to point it out. You get.
So let me get some practical examples. Anyone here who has parents who are very tribalist and it makes you uncomfortable? Anyone? Or whose parents hold views that you're like, I, mama?
Anyway, my dad used to tell me at a time that I should not marry from a particular tribe. And I began to wonder why. I have asked him several times. He will not answer me. He will just tell me, please don't go and marry from that tribe. And unfortunately for him, when I got to the university, my closest friend happens to be from the tribe.
So let me ask Emmy, because you started us off with the story about marriage. What is a big deal in marrying outside of your community, according to the people who are against it?
Okay, so I'm from Bayelsa State, and essentially my people are termed a minority tribe because we don't make up, a large number of the people in Nigeria. We are a small tribe, so marry somebody from our tribe and just, continue the lineage, continue the culture, continue that's what they want.
Don't you risk marrying your cousin if you're such a small tribe?
It actually happens. Yeah, so yes, it does happen, and I don't think it's frowned on. It's just not too close to home. But I think after which I would say that marriage didn't work out, not because of what they did, it was because the two of us agreed mutually that we should not continue with the relationship. What they wanted was just so that our tribe can continue. And I think that personally, I fear that in the coming years, if we continue marrying like that, maybe we might not have Bayelsa tribe.
Okay, let me hear from the gentleman here.
All right, I will start with this. I was first an African before I became a Nigerian. I was a Nigerian before I became an Igbo person. I work with mostly people from the north and from the west. Do you understand? Even when I go back to Abuja, there's a job I'm supposed to resume from somebody who is from the north. So my personal experience having to work with this different kind of people makes me want to know more about their culture, their religion, their tradition, and every other thing. Whenever I come across some post on social media, it's tagged.
Okay, welcome, Mr. James. It's good to see you. How are you today, and how is the Gambia?
Yeah, we are cool.
All right. So how was your Easter break? Generally, I know you're not celebrating this. I'm not asking that in terms of the celebration, but generally, what was the outlook in the Gambia during this Easter season?
It has been very cool. As I was explaining yesterday on the other show, the population of the Christians here is, should I say significant? Though they are significant members of society, but their population is very small, less than 10%.
Okay.
They are recognized just like any other Gambian.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, so welcome, Mazio Aquara. HP 890 TVC. If you want to come in, you can come in and join the conversation. I might make one or two concessions if you don't want to put on your camera, but generally we prefer that. But if you have something of substance to say to us, just click on the link and come in, and you'll be welcome to the show. So, yes, gentlemen, today we want to talk about electricity, ethnicity, and religion. Somebody might ask, what is the correlation between electricity and these other two variables? But like I said in my monologue, Nigeria is a country where we pray a lot. So when power goes off, people pray for power to come back. Now, so you begin to see the correlation. It's supposed to be something that it doesn't need prayer. This is something that has to do with productivity. You set up the infrastructure and there is power. Whether you're a Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whatever it is you do, electricity serves you because it's something that helps productivity. And then the other one that someone has referred to as the twin evils of society, which is religion and ethnicity. They'll go hand in hand. Political appointments, government patronages are determined based on what ethnic group somebody comes from. So I kind of felt today, let's have this conversation. How do we solve it? And if you ask me, I think one place for us to start will be when it comes to the issue of religion. And I want us to deal with religion, then go to ethnicity, and then end with electricity, which is more something that has to do with productivity. So, gentlemen, if you just indulge me, let me play a video. There are two videos that have to do with religion. After we play that, then we would come back and continue our conversation. Just hold on.
Do you think that religion is driving us into a place of development or is holding us back as a nation?
How is religion working for us?
Too much religion is holding us back.
I oppose the argument that religion is undermining Nigeria's development.
I support Muslim material.
My problem with religion is it has no results. Where's the prosperity? Where's the love? Where's the... So you say, okay, God loves us, we are religious. So how come the Japanese are the ones enjoying their own heaven on earth? They are developed. We don't have anything, but we have this God that favors us. But when we truly list what really favor is, according to still us, prosperity, health. Do you know Nigeria has the 2026 statistics? Shortest life expectancy rate in the world. 54 years.
I know people that died. They say, no, my church say we know they give blood. I no one collect. If the God of my pastor no heal me, make I die. And they die. Right now,
people are burning their TVs in the 90s.
They are using the television to spread the gospel.
The devil's box.
It suits what is happening, spreading the gospel. Is it not the same gospel that could have been spread at that time? People that burnt their television that time.
It is not that religion. It is the people and what they do with the religion.
Let me tell you something about Christianity. Philippians chapter 2 verse 3. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourself. If you value others above yourself, this year cannot be your year. It's either our year or it's nobody's year.
Bishop Oyedepo, there are several videos of Bishop Oyedepo, online, speaking truth to power.
Do you think that at this point in time, religious leaders should still be speaking from the confines of the church?
Sometimes we deliberately leave those who are responsible, those who we have ceded our powers to, and who are supposed to use the Commonwealth to fix those problems, and then we look for easier targets.
We come to church every day. We go to the mosques every day. You lead us in prayers to pray to God that we don't see, but we have faith in God because we know there's a God. Now, we have the government. They are failing. Your leaders, march in front. We don't need celebrities. You are our celebrities. We come there every Sunday.
Listen,
and now,
we pay
Paul,
more tithes than taxes in this country.
See, if to say this now that time, Apostle Paul don't write shege for letter. Letter to the church in Abuja.
Letter to the church in Lekki.
Letter to the church in Ajah.
All right, gentlemen, you watched that. Welcome, forefathers, to the show also. So I'm glad to see you join us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Easter. So I wanted to play that as a context to kind of set the ball rolling. You heard some of the comments those panelists were saying there. So my first question to all of us is religion helping or is it a cause? From the Nigerian angle, I don't want us to go outside anyway. Let's just focus on Nigeria. Is it helping us or is it a cause? So I'll start with Mr. James Amazi, and then I'll come to you, forefathers.
Yeah, religion is neither a cause nor a blessing. The problem of the country is the ruling class. The ruling class, they made religion to be a problem to the country. They refused to give us electricity. They found the embers of ethnicity or tribalism. The ruling class is the problem, not any of these three items we are going to discuss today. The problem.
So, Mr. James, you're saying that are you saying the ruling class is the one using religion as a tool to create problems? Can you explain better? Correct. How is that possible?
You see, when I was living with the Benin City for donkey years, nobody cared to know where I come from or my religion. We lived together. But when the politicians came after the military dispensation, things started changing radically, although they inherited it from the First Republic. It is the politicians who are using the terrorists to commit havoc all over the country. This is why they are unable to address the problem. It is the politicians who refuse to give you and me electricity. It is the politicians, they are the problems of the country. Electricity on its own, it's not a problem. The military, I remember when I was growing up, gave us 24 hours electricity supply in those days. Although it's a very funny topic we are discussing, but I still believe that it is the politicians, the ruling class. The ruling class is the main problem. Because if we're able to come up with a new political dispensation, there is a possibility, not 100%, but there's a possibility that things will likely change. And one thing again is that the experiences we are now going through, we are now acquiring, will help us to avoid a repeat of these problems in future. Because when in future, if we happen to get a responsible government, we will easily, we have something to fall back on. When the government is trying to be mischievous, immediately people will, you will see through the government without much difficulty.
Okay.
We run into this problem because what we are not going through, we've never gone through it before. We have no experience to fall back on. But in future, maybe I will not be around. People will be living there. We have something, they have experiences to fall back on. This was how Babangida did it. This was how Abdul Salam did it. This was how Obasanjo did it. This man is following the same footstep. You better stop him. Something like that. So that's how I see it. It's the ruling class that is the problem of the country.
Okay. Maziokbara, welcome, Rudolph. Maziokbara, so you've heard Mr. James. I would like us to, even if it's in 2 minutes, so that I can go around and people make some opening statements initially. Okay. The question was, but you've also heard his own angle. If you want to dispute anything he says, feel free. I said, is religion helping us or is it a cause? Because these leaders Mr. James is referring to, they come from amongst us. They are members of our churches. They are members of our mosque. So is religion the problem? Or is it the way we practice it? What's your take on it?
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thank you, all of us here. I think I would support, what Mr. James is talking about. Although you said that we should just keep it, to Nigerian, level.
Yeah. Let's leave that Nigeria. Let's not go anywhere else.
Okay. So let's keep it there. But I believe the religion is not the problem. The problem is we black people. That's the problem. I see that we black people, we overdo things. We just overdo things. Or maybe we don't even understand what we are doing. Probably we don't even understand the religion we have. The both Islam and Christianity. Maybe we the way they brought it to us, they didn't even discuss it very well with us, or we didn't accept it wholeheartedly, and we jump into it and discussing a mayhem. But for me, religion is not the problem. The problem is we black people. Thank you.
All right. Forefathers, I'm supposed to come to you, but I know Rudolph wants to quickly join in and then dash off. So let's just give him the privilege to speak before he goes on his appointment. So Rudolph, you know what the topic is. There are other countries where people are religious, but in the case of Nigeria, it's starting to look different from the way people are seeing it. People are suspending their thinking faculties and all that. So our first question, based on our first video, is: do you think, in your own view, that religion is a problem? Is it the way people are practicing it, or is it the religion in itself, or is it the leadership, as Mr. James has tried to intertwine all of that together? What's your take overall in this?
It's good to stay on this side of the divide, to be the one listening and having to answer questions. But thank you so much for doing this. Actually, we were struggling with the connection between electricity and religion and ethnicity. I can help you because if we have 24 hours of electricity, you know what will happen? In Edo State, all the witches will die off. The witches that come out at night, they will die off if there is power.
What are you saying, witch there, Edo State?
It's only place that it happens. Edo. It's because there's no power. That's why they are hanging around. So these things are connected. God help me. Um, no, none of this is. They are not problems. Religion is not a problem. Why is happening? Why people are religious in Nigeria is because of this hardship, lack of power, lack of basic amenities, lack of where to go. People are sick and they die because they can't go to the hospital for a trained, capable doctor to tell them this is what's wrong with you. If you go through MRI machine or X-ray, they show you this is you broke your toe. That's why you are having pain there. Look, your arteries are about to burst. That's why you are going to have a heart attack and die. People will start seeing that there is a reason for what's happening to them. But if you don't have any way of telling people, there are people who have never gone to a dentist in Nigeria. And the old people in villages, and they are having pain for the past 20-something years. And you look at them and you say, this woman is always angry. This man is always angry. No, they're having pain, that toothache. That's why they're always looking the way they look. People, you can't. There's no alternative. There's what they call international best practice. If you ignore it and you think you can somehow maneuver your way and succeed as a nation, you cannot. So that's what's going on in Nigeria. It's not about all this religion. People are religious because they have to depend on something. If you I'll end here. Look at people that left Nigeria and they're in Canada, they're in Europe. They don't follow religious leaders the way they follow them in Nigeria. Some of them don't forget to pray because you have to get out and go to work from one job to another one. You don't go to crusade because you have to pay your bills. Things change when you are in a different environment. So we need to change the environment in Nigeria, and all this emphasis on religion and ethnicity will disappear. I mean, there are divisions in America, there are divisions in Canada. They are Irish, they are Italian, they are Mexican. It becomes more prominent when the society is failing. If America starts to fail, the United States, people will start breaking and saying, look, I'm Italian, I'm Irish, I'm German. And that becomes the line of division. But because it's still doing well, people want to associate with something that is doing well, going well. So that's my take. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. So, forefathers, coming to you. If I'm going to summarize what Rudolph said, Rudolph simply said that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So when there is lack of infrastructure for productivity, people will find an alternative religion. When people cannot do their businesses, instead of going to the center of their business activity, they'll go to church to pray. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you see religion playing out in Nigeria?
Thank you for having me, Chim, and greetings to all the panelists, and greetings to the chat and to the viewers. From my own understanding, Dr. Dameji seems to have been highlighting the fact that when people are stressed, systems are stressed, you tend to get bad behavior, and people want to start the division amongst themselves. The way I look at it also is that this is why it's important when the nation is functioning, whether it's during times of prosperity or times of distress, you have to nurture the relationship between both all the various ethnicities, religions, and while all the time, because it's more acute when you don't nurture it. And I fear that in the context of Nigeria, I hardly see it being nurtured. The interrelationship between the various religious beliefs, and if anything, they are beginning to become more stratified. You can say maybe it's because of the stress, but even with the stress, there should be leadership. Should mean that a kind of relationship between both sides, trying to bring both sides together all the time. And sometimes you hear, we're here during the election period now, you see that these tensions are being fanned, and you don't see the leader. They will just be quiet behind the scenes. They will not come out, and it's like Nigeria is a country without parents, and they just leave it for the people to sort out themselves. The religious leaders will just be hanging in the background while all this is happening. So the religion in itself is not the problem. It's the way we nurture it, and the way we kind of relate to each other, because you can see clearly in Nigeria, some parts of the religious practices are quite intolerant. They are actually quite intolerant. Hence, I'm sure why you're having this conversation and why it seems like, you know, even if most of us say the religion itself is not the problem, but the way it's being practiced in Nigeria is a problem because we don't nurture interfaith relationships, or even the traditional ones too. They discriminate against those ones. Both sides discriminate. The two major religions discriminate against the traditional religions. So, and I think that is something that we as a people have to be aware of and work towards, you know, building bridges amongst all religions, because our own lives should come first. And I think all religions believe in the sacredness of life, that we have to honor it. So that's my own take on it. And everybody is right from that point of view.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Ovie, I'm coming to you before I go to OBE. So, Ovie, stress. Forefathers just emphasize stress, leadership, and then the chaos in religion. Do you think that the leadership is the one causing the stress that causes the chaos in religion, or it is religion that people have focused too much on as a way of running away from the stress in the system? You know, because we want to see there are people worship in China, whatever it is. People worship in South Korea. People worship in the US. In fact, the US has a very peculiar kind of spirituality. But despite all of this, we still see progress being made in terms of development. So what's your take when we are looking at this religious issue as a factor that is leading to lack of cohesion and even development as a nation?
All right, thank you, Chim, and I greet everybody. I think it's very difficult. We are not helping ourselves by trying to separate religion from every other institution. What we regard as a social-cultural institution, right? These are institutions that are organized to, you know, to provide guiding principle, belief, meaning of life, progress, prosperity, you know, pretty much a guiding light to a given society. And I normally approach them as the Holy Trinity, right? Now Nigerians now be Christian, now the same Nigerian now be Muslim, now the same Nigerian now be government, whatever. So is we are not helping ourselves by trying to separate, especially in the country whereby 4 out of every 5 Nigerian is a believer. We had believe in one religion or the other. So instead of approaching them, trying to isolate it, we should see it as from down the family, religion, government, media. These are all one and the same. Now, why we tend to look at it as isolatedly is because we think they operate independently, right? There is, especially in Nigeria, the relationship between the institution, the religious institution, and government is very open. Now, only in Nigeria, there are no regulation in our religion institution. There's no regulation at all in terms of finance, in terms of anybody will start church. If you start church today, you literally put your own guidelines together, right? Regardless of how ridiculous it may sound, if you have a connection to the government, it stands. So for that reason, the government says no need to check. They don't check themselves. That's why maybe the last few years, some religious leaders begin come out, speak direct to the government, right? And most of the time, you think you understand that they are politicians, they are playing political role because they belong to one side or the other. I'm not saying that is wrong. I'm saying that it's not supposed to be like that. There are no rules and regulations between these two people. So the religious leaders are tasked with the task of bringing the numbers together, bring as much people together. After at the end of the day, if you say go this way, of course you're not going to see everybody, maybe few percentage of them. Why the man in government will say, you know what, yeah, we are going to look away, regardless of how misbehaving. You guys are your religion gathering is about all the financial misappropriation that we are not going to go. So there is a very tight, close relationship. So we should stop trying to isolate these institutions separately. If our government is not working, you don't expect the family to work, because again, it's boiled down to, they are all boiled down to the same principle, right? The religious, if you pay, when we argue yesterday that Christianity is not Western, it's not, but some of the characteristics, some of the doctrine are Western oriented, right? Even our marriage, right? We will go do traditional marriage, we go see it to go church. They are all tied together. Our government structure is, you can relate it to the West than any other traditional system of government in Africa, or if we even have one at all. So the same thing. So everything is interconnected. So if one is bad, expect the other one to be bad. As an athlete, right? If you get injury for one leg, they advise you to stay off until that one heal. Before, if you manage them, you are putting more stress on this. So as that one way they hurt, a couple of days they heal, the other one injury will pick up. So once the government is bad, expect everything to bad. Once the family institution is bad, so that's how I see it.
Okay, all right, thank you. So Obi, before I come to you, I want to play this other video.
What is the church producing? Imagine a Nigerian Daddy GO that has 20 million followers, does what VDM does, or does what Randy Peters does.
That's your expectation.
It's not an expectation.
It's not the job
the government will answer.
When Goodluck Jonathan was the president of Nigeria,
they marched.
Yeah. Bishop Oyedepo, there are several videos of Bishop Oyedepo, online, speaking truth to power.
Do you think that at this...
I want religious leaders to be like VDM, to be like Randy Peters.
What do you want the church to do? Or what do you want religious institutions to do?
To hold them accountable.
To hold them accountable.
They are doing their bit.
How much is their bit?
They are tiny little bits.
This is you people's expectation.
See, why are we looking at... I mentioned two people. I mentioned Randy Peters. I mentioned VDM. Why are they able to stand? The other day I was watching VDM was calling out the wife of a governor.
He said you are selfish.
He was calling her out. Why can't... That is how Matthew chapter 23, that is how Christ looked at the leaders
and
of
VDM
religious
is not
law.
Even religious. So.
And he called his elders in their 50s and their 60s and their 70s and their 80s, the Sanhedrin. Even the politicians attend their churches. Some of their wives are deaconesses in their churches. Even the politicians are afraid of them.
There is something.
The only reason why they are not doing it is because they are selfish.
So we heard that. Before I come to you, Obi, I just want to remind our people watching, thank you for joining us. Like, share, invite your friends, and please support the platform as in any little way you can. It will go a long way in helping run this platform. So Obi, you heard that last comment. Do religious institutions, religious leaders have a role to play in governance accountability? You heard what those analysts were saying. And the Nigerian churches are doing the same thing. Are they holding leaders accountable? Because those leaders belong to one group or the other. What's your take, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. And it's obvious that we all know the problem and where we're coming from. The reason why, as of today, I cannot sit in a ROCCG church to listen to any of them preach is because of the performance of Oga, owner of the church, Adeboye, what he did during Jonathan's time, and today he has become so mute. I didn't know when ethnicity, or probably because I am from the same situation with the president and I support him, and Jonathan was supposed to go because Jonathan wasn't his town man, or probably wasn't his religious same religion practicing person, or whatever he must have done, that he joined a parade to have gone to protest. And today, the country has gone behind more than 100% of what we saw in Jonathan's time, and everybody seems to be mute today. Those are some of the fallout of what religion has, how it has entered our psyche, that makes some people believe that probably the world revolves around it. You know, if you today the religion thing before now when we were growing up wasn't like this. It was you see pastors then you are like they are like they're just like the Hausa then and other people that ruled. They were not very political. They were saying truth to power. They were there, the foremost. I mean, in the forefront of trying to hold the government accountable. But these are all died now because of benefits and all that. Because your so-called what's his name, a pastor was the vice president. That's why you supported, or that is why you wanted him in power, or something, and all that. And number two, you see the way they were playing the religion thing. You train your child with the church money. He went to UK to go to school. When he came back, he became the financial director of the home ministry. The home ministry, as big as IrokopostTV. That means there's favoritism, there is partisanship, there is make my own better.
Hold on. I want us to stay on governance because you're going into the morality of what they are doing. We know that that's not the subject for today. The subject is Oyedepo be taking a stand to come out, for instance, to say, listen, we need better government and all that. Is there anything wrong in it? Are they doing that? Do you think the Nigerian churches and religious institutions, whether it is mosque or churches, do you see them doing that enough? I don't want us to go into that other moral angle.
Oh, yeah?
Chim, sorry. Now you use Oyedepo. If Oyedepo come out 2027 and want to run for presidency, what is he going to run on? The kingdom that he has built, right? The kingdom that he has built. So Obi criticizing their behavior, I think is on point, is right. Because that's where governance starts. I have nothing against that. I'm just saying. That's where governance starts. Governance starts from watching, just like Showori the other parents introduced our reporters. You can't argue with him, right?
Okay, no problem.
Okay. It's one and the same, yeah.
Yes, I look at it from that end because it trickles down to behavior in terms of the politics that we are saying today. Left for me, for like what they were saying in that podcast, you see the followership that they were comparing with what VDM is doing and what the church is doing today. You see, it's so distant apart that if Oyedepo or Adeboye make a statement and stand on it today, there's so much influence on it because of their personality, as it were. But they've all gone so silent, they've gone so partisan, they've gone so like it is not they don't see any problem with the situation. That is what I think is happening there. They think everything is working well. That is how I am trying to figure it out, because they don't know what it costs to buy cassava in the market or what it costs to buy fuel, because they just jump into the car. They don't know how they fuel it. They don't even know how the jet is being paid or parked in the parking lot. They don't know nothing because the church is funding them to that level. So at the end of the day, they cannot speak to power because they are not being affected. My pastor here in America, you see that the system will help you a lot. The school that his child will go to is all free till high school, 18 years. And after 18 years, because he's a clergyman, the system will give the child a scholarship to further his education. That's the standard, because they know that he's not earning so much. He's a pastor and all that. And the pastor doesn't need to go and hustle. Don't need to go and start making the children super. Don't need to go and take his children to school in London or whatever, because the system is working right. That is why the corruption and the so-called behavior pattern here is trimmed enough to help them perform better. But in Nigeria, they are also competing with us, their children, their world. At the end of the day, it's affecting everybody. So they don't make statements because they are benefiting from the system. They are part of the system, and they are so big that whatever they say will tend to affect how they will grow in the system. So they don't talk much. They were always speaking to Jonathan time because they wanted to take over power. As soon as Jonathan left, all of them became so mute, especially the redeemed people, because they were actually factor to that election, So my problem with them is that they are so fond of trying to see how they will benefit. That earthly thing that make my own better, make my children they okay. Everybody is busy about that, and they leave the flock that are suffering. How can you imagine all of us will be the school? The children of the poor in that church cannot go to that school. That is part of the economic situation now that is affecting the system.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it's just married down to affecting us because they can't speak out to truth because they all rope their hands into the mess of into the nemesis of the country and then the backwardness of the country every day. And they have very large followership. They have very large audience that they can talk to, and this thing will move very far. But they're not doing it because they're beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you, Obi, for that. I appreciate that. Welcome to the broadcast, The Preacher's Son. I don't think I've seen you here before, but I'm sure you know what we're discussing. Or do you want us to bring you up to speed? Your connection is not, they can't hear you well. We still can't hear you. Do you want to go out and come back in? Yeah, so just go out and then come back in and I'll bring you back in. Okay, so
get a
anybody
new
wants
network.
to say something quickly before we move along?
You want to change the radio? You want to change the subject? I think my problem. Okay, this is where I will bring the intellectuals, the educated people in, right? Let me use us here as an example, right? Chim is the academic level now, one of the best astronauts we have in Nigeria. Mr. James, the best geographer. I mean, academically, we are at top of our game. Let's put it that way, right? We have different political opinion, right? But if we happen to find ourselves in Redeem, as an example, and we are the echelon, the top echelon of the Redeem, what Redeem is about. Maybe you get your own church.
Make it quickly. Now he's back. Let's see if he's
Am I audible now?
So
yes.
Yes, go ahead. If we occupy that position, it will be very hard for us, right, to go against the political trajectory of that institution. That's my problem with education. Whereas where I get problem with educated people and religion. Now, once you get that inside, you put whatever you know aside and join that, especially if you have a position to occupy that will benefit you in the long run.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that here. So welcome, the preacher's son. So do we need to bring you up to speed, or you're well attuned with what we're discussing?
Thank you so much for welcoming me. Though I've always been passive observer, in the chats, but this is my first time joining the live chats. I think I should go by tradition. Greetings to the elders and also greetings to all the panelists. I saw the topic and that caught my attention. I was actually doing something different, so I wanted to use my downtime to chime in, and just share my 2 cents. And also thank you for having me. I've ironically, for some weird reason, I couldn't sleep last night, so I watched that said podcast from the beginning to the end. And when I watched that podcast as a concerned Nigerian, and also as a Nigerian that to a certain degree, I'm aware of self, and also I'm aware of my environment. A lot of things were said on that podcast, from all the beautiful people on that podcast. And when I saw the topic, I wanted to chime in from a very different perspective, just to give a little background. I'm a church boy. My father is an ordained reverend. I grew up in the church. My mother too is an ordained minister. All of my siblings were church worker. I was the only black sheep of the family. So, and I love that tag a lot. I'm beginning to love that name even more now. And I wanted to come in from the perspective of being a Rasta man, having a different perspective about religion, governance, and what exactly our problem is, not even as a Nigerian, but as a people, black people. I think kudos to the organizers of this, amazing space. You guys are doing a lot of amazing work, but I beg to differ. And this might sound a little controversial, and I think that's totally fine. If we can hold different opinion and different perspectives about life, I think it's really very important. One of the major problems I see us having as a people, especially Nigerians, because we always look at ourselves as that we are special people. Yeah, we could be special people, that we are different than other, people that look like us, that have the same, and I think, in my opinion, I'm very young, and a lot of people on this panel are way older than I am. So I might not be able to speak a lot to history. But if we look at human relationship, how we treat each other. And one of the things that caught my attention on that podcast yesterday was one of the things that Daddy Free said. I know a lot of people might not agree with his ideology, his personality, and that's totally fine. I do not agree with everything that he says also. But one of the key things he mentioned, that some of the people on the panel that are leaning towards religion is not our problem, is he mentioned love. And what's the basis of why we are here? What's the basis of our existence? For us to do what? To love ourselves and love our neighbors. And if we go back to why we are here today as a people, we can see it all around us, even in the diaspora, how we treat ourselves. I'll give little instances. In every community or every state or city we are in, any part of the world that we are, you're going to see this community, this community, this community, this community. But that's really hard for us to do amongst ourselves, to have a cohesion as a people. That's one. Then I'm going to talk a little about data, talking about Nigerian electricity. We know over 200 million people, 300 plus ethnicity, 56.1% Muslim, 43.4 Christian by
Sorry, the preacher song. Can you? I want us to come back to electricity later. Is it possible to dwell more on this religion? How do you see it? Is it a problem? Is it being used as a tool for exploitation? Is the government pushing people more into religious activities, and religious people, are they really helping? Can you speak more on those issues?
Absolutely. From a Christian perspective, being a church boy and also being a Rasta man, I'm going to speak from the Rastafari perspective. I do not see Nigeria diversity in religion as a curse. I do not see that. What I see is the injustice, the mismanagement of what religion stands for amongst our people. We do not need any political correctness. We do not need any fine words or fine vocabularies or grammar to pinpoint how much religion has done to the psyche, to the mindset of our people. Let's forget about when we have not really had access to technology. Let's focus on the last 27 years of democratic rule. When we begin to have people of conscious mind, people with different ideology coming into the space, leveraging on technology to disseminate information to the people, meaning that the people are becoming more aware about the damages that religion has been doing to our people. And I'll give you a very personal experience, which I know is almost similar to the experiences of 200 million Nigerians in terms of how much religion has taken us away from our reality of who we are, what we are, and what is our real existence, the essence of our existence on planet Earth. So for Nigeria, I'll say one, ethnicity and religion we shouldn't even look at it as a source of our identity to start with. We can disagree as much as we want to. Like I said earlier, which is going to be my final submission on this. We don't need any data. We don't need any finessing of words or patronization to hit the nail on the head and speak the truth to ourselves, regardless of what side of the house we are. Religion has done more damages to the psychic, to the mindset of, I don't know about Ghana, I don't know about Mali, I don't know about Congo, but in Nigeria that I know, that I was born in a little over 40 years ago, religion has done more damages. And that's why I'm even focusing on the last 27 years of democratic rule, when, quote unquote, we can say, well, people are beginning to understand what it means to live, to be citizen, which we have never been. That's another conversation for another day, which we have never for once been. So if we now look at it overall in terms of what has religion, okay, let's come back to the advanced world. I believe most of us live in climes where system works. And so we see how the religion system have been regulated. Like in America, most of us live in Canada and America. We attend churches, even our Nigerian churches, and we see how much regulation, how much orderliness in terms of how they conduct their businesses. We do not have anything in terms of policies, frameworks, or whatever could tell us that, okay, even if there are bad eggs in this basket, we could point out some individuals. Unfortunately, there are certain individuals in that ecosystem, in that business space, that are doing good works. But unfortunately, the works of the bad eggs is overcloud the little good ones that people can really point out to. And what that tells us, a true reflection of who we are as a people. So in conclusion, I'll say religion has done more damages. And I think we are at the precipice of having to have a rethink as a people if we really want to move forward. Thank you so much. That's my submission.
All right, thanks very much. So I don't know, between Ovie, Maziopara, Forefathers, James, do you want to add anything to what the gentleman said before we transit to the next conversation?
Yes, another aspect of, I think we should start thinking of how to take advantage of the good side of religion. The good side, especially in Nigeria.
Will you mention what are those good sides?
Yes, the good side of the current Nigerian leaders to me is the structure that they are leaving behind or they are currently establishing. I see them from the lens of a businessman. They are some of the business men we have in Nigeria. I will use Redeem and Winners as an example. Winners has Redeem has a business model, has a model of having a church in every let's say every street, right? I can't know it exactly. I think the mission is every 5 buildings. But I think in most of the cities in Nigeria, there's a Redeem on every street. If there's not a full church, Redeem church,
is that a good? This is sorry. Hold on.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm just establishing the movie. When I finish, then you understand where I'm going with it, right?
Okay.
So they already have establishment pretty much on every cities, every street in major cities. Winners, and that's McDonald's business model, by the way. If you live in America or Canada, McDonald's is in every nook and cranny of this. Now, the Winners adopted Walmart. Winners started by making sure there's a church in every local government, right? And as I said before, now Nigerians be these churchgoers, right? People like imagine nationalists, national speakers, imagine activists. We have to adopt what the civil rights movement did in America. They reach their people through churches, right? That is the only, so the churches are everywhere already. How do we now go from that churches to churches to make sure, not politics, national is your national tragedy is being at even about 30 minutes or 1 hour every Sunday or every week or every day in those churches, right? Because that's what PDP did when they came in 1999. Every
Okay.
local government, they get secretariats.
Okay, hold on, Ovie.
That's
I
their
hear
structure.
you.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you. So I like the part where you talked about business entrepreneurship and the modeling. But are churches designed to be business models? Because, hold on, when the church structure is designed as a business model, but the individual who goes there is not imbibing a business model. And I'll give you why. So, Redeem or Winners or whatever church calls for a prayer meeting by 8 a.m. on a weekday. Please, someone's supposed to be at his job place. I've been guilty of doing that, so I'm not going to sit down here and now pointing fingers at people. Rather than going to your workplace, your business center, your office, you are going to that place to pray. You spend 1 hour of productivity. How does that help? Because while these guys are lifting business model to run their churches, the people they are talking to are not acting business model. And then secondly, you brought the area of using religion like the black NCAAP. Is that what they're called? They use that to inform the blacks in the era. Are the churches even using that model to inform people on national development, inform people on civic responsibility, inform people? Are they doing that?
All right. Now, Chim, I understand what you are saying. There's a saying that says, don't throw the baby with the bathwater away. You understand? I'm not saying the Nigerian churches, as they are functioning now, they are the best, right? That's why I direct them to be as I see them from a business perspective, right? What they are not doing wrong is a conversation that we are having, or we have another day. I am just saying that I thought among all the things that we can criticize them for, there is something that we can say as okay, this thing is good, right? Obedient model. Obi is an example, right? I wish he came and said, okay, I'll be Christian candidate. Take advantage of the networks that the churches are built. The churches are Nigerian. These are Nigerian. I am just a reach out to Nigeria with already structure that is already established. Take advantage of it. I'm not saying go and adopt it. I'm not saying just because the way they are going about their business is evil doesn't mean we should not overlook everything that they are doing. No, they have reach everywhere. You understand?
So if I may add, on the podcast yesterday, one of the co-panelists, the lady Ezine, mentioned something, and I want to buttress on what Ovie is saying in terms of their reach, in terms of their network. Right. You did ask a question there. Are they really, leveraging on that, reach for them to conscientize the people? So let's look at it from the surface, like the lady says, which I'm going to paraphrase.
I'm coming to you next.
On the thing yesterday. Every Sunday or every day of the services, people go in their multitude. Sundays, that's when you have the largest crowd. Let the pastor just on a Sunday be true to himself or herself. Stand right there on the pulpit as they all say that they are being called by God. Under that auction of that anointing, tell your people that today we are all rising up. We are marching to the city center. What are we going there to do? We are not going there to cause trouble. We just want to speak to the authority that the pains we are going through is enough. Just one Sunday. Guess what? There's going to be effect. There's going to be effect of that rally. But you know what? I talked about something earlier, the mind of the people. I mean, I don't know how to put this more. We are all looking at this from the surface, and I want to agree that 99.9% of us on this call knows some of the solutions that will lead us to the liberation. We do, but we are not yet ready for those conversations because we have not yet got to that point of self-realization to understand that. Without us coming together as one, we're just going to continue to waste time waste resources and energy.
All right, no problem. Maziopara,
For
quickly.
the pastor to do that, we are making a mistake because the pastor is in bed with the politician. The pastor's job is to keep the people, just like Chima is saying, away from the intricacy of how government works, right? Instead of going to a job, you go to the... So that's the job of the pastor.
From their own reality, from the reality.
Yes, that's the job of the
And
pastor.
it's
Why
all
the
about.
job of the government will not regulate the pastor? The day
mess
the
is
pastor
so
will start
deep
doing that.
The 200 million people, I don't see the liberation in our generation. But what I think we are doing,
all right,
is
gentlemen.
enhancing the mind of those who are going to take the baton from us.
Okay.
And posterity will be able to judge the few that are speaking out there. Oh, at that time, what did you do with your platform? What did you do with your intellectual intellect? What did you do with your wisdom? With your experiences? What did you do with it? And I think when it gets to that point, they're going to start separating the wheat from the shaft.
Okay, Maziopara, go
The
ahead.
day the pastor will do that, AFCC will investigate him.
Come on, man. You can't just be talking every time somebody stop, man.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'll come to you quick. I'll come to you after Maziopara, please.
Yes, I will be very quick. Those people you see, I mean, those millions you see going to church on Sundays, on Saturdays, because of poverty. Today, if Nigeria or Africa, people are elevated from poverty, from illiteracy, that church will go down. That church will be flat. Maybe they'll have maybe every Sunday you see 500 people in the church. Just like over here in Europe, where sometimes you see only 30 people in the church, because people are not so hungry. Why the church is booming? Why church is booming in Africa, or mostly in Nigeria? We're speaking about Nigeria. Is because people are poor, and then the so-called elitists, pastors, the founders of this church, they know why they use that. In fact, they see that, oh, these people are poor. That is why they are manipulating everything. That is why you see church every day, every night in Nigeria being full, to the capacity. Like the last pope who died, last pope before this one, that guy, he fought the military dictatorship in the whole Southern America. In fact, he was always, in the street marching. He was a campaigner. He was an activist, right activist. But look at the churches today. Look at their founders in Nigeria. They don't even talk. Those who talk, they talk it, kind of, indirectly. They don't come out boldly and condemn what is wrong and condemn dictatorship or despotic rulers. They don't do it because they know that they are also, corrupt. They are also corrupt. So corruption is part of it. But what I'm saying, that illiteracy, any day Black people, any day we are, we are, liberated, we are educated, poverty, nowhere, you cannot not eradicate poverty anywhere, but at least reduce poverty, to minimum, those churches will collapse. But they are benefiting from, poverty of our people, and they want it to remain like this. These people are more wicked than the politicians, if you don't know. These people, they are more wicked than politicians. The problem is not religion. I said before, the problem is our mindset. We Black people, our mindset. That's the problem. That's where I stand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Forefathers, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. I like I think that they freeze. That's what I like what he was saying, and saying why they don't come out to do much. And clearly they are not offering value for the time our people spend with them. It turns out that if you compare Nigeria, I know that some people don't like to hear the problems we have, because one of the ways you can tell that something is seriously wrong with Nigeria is how you can be matched with other people. When you compare them to most other countries, I think Nigeria on average, compared to even countries that are religious, like even the Italians that actually, form the Roman Catholic Church. Nigerians lose a month every year, every 2 years, because of church compared to them. We lose about a month. Basically, like we are not doing anything. The hours we spend in church compared to them. And that is scary. Because it's not only now that our governments are badly behaved, we, the people themselves, are also compounding it. Because we don't spend a lot of time working. Can you imagine that even India, that is doing better than Nigeria, and many other countries actually work more hours? China work more hours than Nigerians do. Nigerians spend most of the time not actually working. And part of it is the time they spend at churches. And I've experienced it myself, and I've seen where you will be working with people in Nigeria, they will prioritize their time at church than the one that they do for work. You see that often, and it's like the churches, they capture them. They don't just capture them to come to service. They capture them for revival, for choir, all kinds of different things. They would say they want to train them to become pastors again. It's like it's on, and it's very unseemly, because when I went to Nigeria, I saw a physical proof of it. I've mentioned it in most of the lives that have been present, because while I was there, I was in Rivers State and Bayelsa. Like most of the posters you see for advertisement is for religious people. One particular pastor, like he was like the head of state of Port Harcourt. I don't know what you call it, head of state of governor of Port Harcourt and Bayelsa put together, because he was the face I kept seeing everywhere. I was like, this is crazy. How is it that this guy is in Rivers State and is in Bayelsa at the same time, and the same posters everywhere? It's like the churches have just captured our people's minds, and it's almost as if it's functioning as something else. I'm not even sure what it is anymore. It's functioning as something else, whereby it's not allowing our people to think clearly about their situation, and it's not even allowing them time to actually put at productive work. It's crazy the amount of time. It's only African country that will compare to Nigeria. If you look at any other country that is doing well, including the religious ones, if you go to Saudi Arabia, we are spending more time in religious places than even Saudi Arabians. We are spending more time in religious places than even this in Israel. We are spending more time in religious places than Roman Catholic, where they founded it. We spend more time in churches than that. We have corrupted what religion is supposed to be. As if you cannot pray at your place of work. I don't know how can you be losing 1 month every year due to just religion alone compared to other nations? How can you be doing that? Every 2 years, you're losing 1 year, 1 month, I mean. So that's productivity that you have lost for that nation. That's jobs that would have been created that you are losing for that nation. So we have so many layers of problem. The fact that we have the security problem is bad enough, but our practices are not helping too. So this is some of my findings, and it's clear that these churches are not giving value for money. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Value for time, more like in this case.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because when it comes to that productivity angle, it's something to look into. Mr. James, do you have anything before we switch? We're about doing a switch now.
Yeah, you see, the point I'm making is that it is the ruling class that is the problem. Government is meant to address the needs of the people. If pastors or imams or whatever it is, they are misbehaving, it is the duty of government to curb their excesses. Is it the government that should control the churches, or the churches should control the government? That's what somebody was asking in the comment column. It is the government that should control the churches. There should be rules and regulations which government is refusing to formulate, let alone implement. I remember reading a book, I think it was during my primary school days. It was way above my knowledge, but I was able to grasp traces of what they were talking about. The book was written by the Jehovah's Witnesses. The title was, What Has Religion Done for Mankind? That's the title of the book. They were pointing out that most of the wars that have been fought in this world, the foundation is laid on religion. Religion has done more harm to man than good. If there's heaven or hell, that is a different matter altogether. But again, before the white men came, Africans had their own religion. And up till now, to the best of my knowledge, I stand to be corrected, nobody is accusing the Babalawo or the Romila or the Isago man or Iguma or whatever it is of this misbehavior, they're accusing the churches and even the mosques, because a lot of things are happening in the mosque unknown to us. The way they organize themselves is different from the way from the Christian areas organize ourselves. A lot of things also go underground, happening on underground in their midst. So to the summation of everything, that the government should live up to its responsibility. If they are using the politicians, if the politicians are using the pastors and imams to achieve their political end, that is not in the interest of the state. And I want to also point out that it is not poverty that is making people to flock to the churches as such. When I was in Nigeria, during the military era, there was a very popular evangelist of the Church of God Mission, based in Idahosa. The economy of the country was not bad compared to what it is now, and his church was full to the brim. Actually, this charismatic type of worship was introduced during the days of a certain American evangelist called T.L. Osborne. He brought this charismatic brand of Christianity to Nigeria. Before his time, it was the Orthodox churches that were in control of the situation. Anyway, the government should wake up to its responsibility, and if they are not paying taxes, they should be imprisoned. There's no reason why a pastor or a church overseer who is refusing to pay tax should not go to prison. If they take that move, I think it will go a very long way in addressing most of these problems we are discussing today.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. It's been a fantastic one. We're going to switch briefly, but before we do that...
Jim, please. Jim, 1 minute or a second. James, under the military, the poverty rate was not so horrible like this. That is why you see people, why people are flooding into churches today, because of this poverty. I'm telling you, I lived under Nigerian military dictatorship. Life was not so horrible like now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. This is debatable. There is no right or wrong answer. We're just bringing out some of the things we're seeing, whether it is that the government should do more, and that when the government is doing more, then people will be less overly religious, or it is that the religious leaders need to use that as a pedestal to be able to help people, grow in terms of national mindset and productivity. There's just a myriad of all sorts of things. Religion is supposed to be a tool as well as a way of life. But the summary is we all agree that for some strange reason in our country called Nigeria, religion is not exactly accomplishing what it should be accomplishing 100%. There are seemingly good opportunities, but not necessarily being exploited. But let's go to the other one.
I'm sorry. Let me just chip in a sentence or two. I'm sorry. Somebody in the comments column made a very valid point. If the government of Saudi Arabia can deport Gumi for anti-religious activities, why should the government of Nigeria not follow suit?
Okay. I agree with you on that. But we will see why when we go into the next conversation. And the next conversation is on ethnicity. Let's just listen to this video, and then we'll come back and have this conversation.
Under the rain, under the mercy of the elements, these are the latest victims of the ongoing violence in Kaduna State. Hundreds of them have been camped at this school since March this year, when gunmen from an opposing tribe attacked their village, killing dozens and destroying homes.
Our main problem at the moment is shelter. From then, we're able to go back to home, then we talk about security.
Located in northwestern Nigeria and with a population of nearly 6 million, Kaduna State has been embroiled in conflict for decades. The violence has its roots in ethnic tensions between the state's Muslim and Christian populations. The Muslim-Christian divide has been so exacerbated by the fighting that the government has mandated these two men, a Muslim imam and a Christian cleric, to use the pulpit to try and bridge the gap between their two communities. And they have brought together traditional leaders to join their cause.
The politicians have taken this important element, sensitivity to our religious values, as a chess game for winning political office. This is why it becomes so sane.
Pastor James Wuye is himself a victim of the ongoing conflict. He lost his arm when his village was targeted in the tit-for-tat attacks and now wears a prosthetic arm.
I wish they know the benefit of peace. Sometimes I feel incapacitated. I wish I am this Superman somewhere in a movie that can go drop waters in trouble zones and say, stop this killing, it will not help you.
The conflict is mainly concentrated in rural Kaduna, but has also spilled into the city. The people of Kaduna have also been physically divided along religious lines, with River Kaduna forming a natural boundary. Many Christians have fled the state over the years, fleeing the almost endless cycle of violence. Those that remain behind have sought refuge in the southern part of the city, while the Muslims dominate the north. This man, the governor of Kaduna, is also leading efforts to bring peace to his conflict-riddled state.
We are making progress. Rome, they said, was not built in a day. We are very realistic about our expectations. We are pragmatic about this. But what we are optimistic about is that we are now, as a state, as Kaduna State, we are moving in the right direction.
In the first 6 months of this year, ethnic clashes in northern and central Nigeria have killed an estimated 1,300 people. That is 6 times the number of deaths from the war with Boko Haram, according to the International Crisis Group. It's these grim statistics that make the need to bring peace to the affected areas ever more urgent. Mohammed Ado, Al Jazeera, Kaduna.
All right, guys. So, welcome. Where is Hello? Hello is here. Okay, welcome, Hello. So, guys, we're moving from religion now. We're going to ethnicity. That video is a very old video. It's a video from way back 2020. But I just felt it was something that was apt for us to be able to play. Nigeria is a multi-ethnic society, as we know. Yeah, don't worry, I'm coming to you, ma'am. Just hold on.
I came for the religion and to go. So when it's time,
don't worry, I'll allow you. You can mix both when it's your time. I'll allow you to do that. So, like in Nigeria, it's a multi-ethnic society. We have all of us here. Not all of us here all come from different ethnic groups. I mean, it's a fact. But I see that it's supposed to be. We're taught that there is unity and opportunity in diversity. Now, my question is Nigeria really exploiting its diversity for the good? Or are the political elites using it as a weapon to divide us? We saw in that clips people who were amputated, people have lost their arms because they come from different ethnic groups. So how is ethnicity helping for national progress? Or is it drawing us back into something that shouldn't be? So without question, I'm going to start with Hello. Hello, you can... when you're answering or giving us your perspective, you can talk about religion because I know you are not here at the beginning. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes or 4. Go ahead. Hello. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mr. Chim. Hello. Mr. James, Maziokbara, and Mr. Ovie. So, I don't have much points, but lately, regarding this religious stuff, but lately, first of all, I'm from a religious background. I'm a Christian. But over the years, seeing what's happening in Africa and in Nigeria, it has given me a deep thought. I began to re-examine our religious positions in Africa and in Nigeria precisely. And my background is like, I've seen, in my background is like, I have to pray morning, afternoon, night. Morning, say 6 a.m. or 9 a.m. and then 12, 3, 6, and then midnight, sometimes fasting, which is healthy apart from being religious. But growing up in such an environment, I had to sometimes struggle with decisions like going outside the religious bracket and reality of things of the earth, if you know what I mean. They will say things of the heaven. Look at the Bible, spiritualism, and then the things of the earth. So if you are not a religious slave, when I mean a religious slave, someone that's been captured by religion and eaten by religion, and don't know how to control and understand that scripture very well, it can be abused in the sense that you may overestimate, overemphasize, even sometimes be slowed down to take the necessary decisions that you need to take to get to the next stage in life. You feel you will be judged, not only by God, but humans who are religious like yourself, say Christians like yourself. You may be feeling like, oh, you're not Christian enough, you're not religious enough, you have to do certain things to show that you're actually a religious person. Otherwise, you'll be persecuted. You bring shame to your families, and it's kind of like one of the things in the scripture that says, if someone whacks you on one side, give you a slap, you should turn the other face and receive that slap. So you turn it again, they slap you. How many times are you going to be stung and slapped for you to collect sense? How many times should I fall before I learn from that? So is the slapping going to mechanically adjust my medulla oblongata to think upright, or should I woz the person back so that it shows that if you're a bully, you want to woz me, I have to over-bully you, so next time you do not bully me. You know what I mean? So that religious stuff has kind of turned some of us and our children into religious cage. We are caged and in the state of vegetation, that you don't do the right thing that can actually save you for once and for all from someone that terrorizes you, both politically, even economically, whichever way. So if you're not spiritually sound, when I mean sound, it doesn't it's not always about Bible, knowing the scriptures, knowing the difference, how to differentiate between spiritualism when you're in that state of spiritualism and the state of the earth, doing the things of the earth. Do you know what I mean? So now, like in Nigeria now, with stuff that is happening, with over 200 and something million people cannot even come together to effect a positive change in politics, to choose the right person. Specifically, maybe perhaps they have been brainwashed and enslaved and encaged by religion, be it Christianity or Islam. So now, for you to go out and act in a certain way, you'll be seen as a thug. Or who is the owner, who gave birth to that useless child that is out there demonstrating? But forgetting that when that child goes out there, the child can see the future and is fighting for the right stuff to happen, uprightness in the society. So why can't, I'm asking this question, why is it that every time, okay, look at Kenya, any small thing, they're on the street, even our neighbors, or maybe not neighbors, Ghana. Why are we constantly on a vegetative state when it comes to moving the country forward? Why are we stagnant? We come online, we show all emotions, but when it's time to do it, it now becomes moral or etiquette. I shouldn't go out and do stuff because people will see me as that. Maybe my pastor, I don't want my pastor to see me that I'm on the street demonstrating and stuff like that. So religion, I believe, has been weaponized. When you walk a little mile, you will see churches. People are opening churches now as a business, I do not believe that religion is going to help Nigeria. I do believe that it should be completely, all those churches, all those mosques, any religious organization, wherever, should be closed down, both Catholics as well. All of them should be closed down. And possibly, if you want to have a religious institution, very few of them, and there should be a standard to test that these people are actually genuine. What stops us having one church in the whole of Imo State or something like that?
Hello. If I could just ask, is that not draconian? I mean, in a democratic system, you allow people to gather, associate, and do what they want to do. So is that not turning Nigeria into China or Soviet Union or Cuba or any of those places? Would you like to live in such an environment?
Yes, I would, if it's controlled and not abused. And say religion is a personal relationship between you and your God. It's something of the spirit. We are living on earth and we should act as humans and guided by laws. So no one is saying do not practice your religion, but nationally it should be controlled. It should not be used politically. It should not be used to scam someone. It should not be used to enrich anybody that I'm coming now. You're my God. I come to church and you tell me how much I should give as an offering. It's happened to me. If you're coming here to give offering, if you don't give, if you come to this altar and give less than £5, you're not welcomed. I had to go home. At
Yeah, but
another one.
that's your choice. That's. I hear you. I'm not supporting what they did, but at least you had the choice and you went home. My question is, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, religion, people are liberty to worship. However, if the head of any religious institution is creating abuse, then the system steps in to stem the tide, hold them accountable. So isn't it a failure of government institutions in terms of regulation than the fact that you want it to now be a legislation that people are you legislate religion and then we become another China or Cuba? I mean, I don't want to live in that kind of environment.
It's not just down to the government. It should be a moral standard. We are not over spiritualism to the extent that I'm aware of someone who had diabetes and refused treatment because he thinks fasting and praying will save his life. So there's supposed to be a line drawn, a morality line drawn. I'm not saying we should be like the communists in China. Everyone should, do the same thing, act the same way, think the same way, otherwise we are zombie. Here, people don't abuse religious stuff. Sometimes they even arrest them. I know the government are doing stuff, but the people themselves, the government are not going to come there to watch you when you're scamming your people who come to learn the Bible from you or come to church. The government are not going to come there to monitor you when you're abusing the people coming to pray in the house of God sexually. The government and they didn't put camera inside women privacy to say, okay, this is how these women have been abused. So the things going on in churches are personal things that people should have morals for. It has nothing to do with the government. Okay. The people will do theirs, government do theirs. Otherwise,
my sister, in any church, if you attend such church and you are abused and you have the right to report to the state, that there is a system in place where you live. I think you live in a society that is a civic society. If you are abused and if you see someone who is abused by her pastor or his pastor, you have the right to go to the police and report that person as long as you have your evidence.
Which police, brother? I want to ask you. Like no, now, I can see your name. 1 minute, I'm not. This is not an attack. You're an Igbo man. I can tell from your name. Yeah. Say in the village now. By our culture, sometimes as a woman, when you are abused, you cannot even say it out because you will be blamed. Oh, why did you go there? Even if it's a church, why did you wear a short skirt? Why did you wear a tight skirt?
That is what I'm saying, because we live. I'm telling you, that's what I said before before you came up here, that the problem is not the religion, but the system, the people. Because if you live in a system that works, somebody cannot do this to you. You understand what I'm saying? So the problem is not the religion. The problem is the people who practice religion and the system, the state. I mean, the society where they practice the religion. That's what I'm trying to.
The religion is the problem as well.
No, it's not. It's not.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. The people it's a religious extremist. They think it's only Islam that practice that extremism. A lot of Christians practice it. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, a country in Africa is going to fight for Israel. Tell me now, which planet is this happening in?
Yeah,
is it not because of religion? Because they believe Israel.
I want us to move away from, because we've trashed religion a lot. Let's look at the ethnicity factor in Nigeria. I just played a video for us. We were told that there is unity in diversity. in the case of Nigeria with our multi-ethnic nature, OVA, is that axiom holding true for us, or is our ethnicity now becoming a cause? How can we turn our ethnic multiplicity into something that is beneficial to us as a people?
Political structure. I don't think Nigeria have a tribal ethnicity problem. It has never been a problem, even before our independence. It is in history that we trade with ourselves, we marry ourselves, even dated back to 1800s. And there was no tension because there was no power tussle between either of the tribe. So there's no need to fight, only when it's necessary within the tribes. And I still see that today. We still marry ourselves, we still do everything together. But the political structure is what has failed to evolve. I said it here yesterday. For the past 20 years, just a generation, Nigeria population has doubled. I don't think people understand the implication of that. But the political system has failed to adjust to that reality. And that is what is causing the tension that you are seeing. If ethnicity is if ethnicity is our problem, we'll be no go campaign for Maiduguri, not that we can't also go to no. So so not just the political structure. And that is because those people who have been in power for the past 20 years have been rotating themselves within their family or within their friends, while the average Nigerian is multiplying. The position are stagnant. The position are the way the only one person can be president. Only two people or three people can be minister from a state. The population is increasing. So even among the peasants, among the majority, some people they escape the poverty line, make money, or grow along the academic line, or grow in the political line. Him or she also want power. So in other words, even within the political class, their number don't double, tripled. If I get money today, even if I don't want to be a governor, I want to put myself in a situation where if I just carry my phone and they talk to the governor, that's power. So the elite, that's why I focus on the educated class. They are taxed with the governing structure, the business structure, even the churches and everything. And then you have to be educated or exposed to some extent for you to be trusted. Not we say we are capable. If I go to Nigeria and say I get PhD, automatically they don't trust me that. So there is that, and I think even the elite class recognize that fact. That's why they are trying to create more states. Will that solve the problem? No. So the tension you are seeing passing through ethnicity are financed or encouraged by individuals who want power. It's as simple as that. If I get money today, I won't get power. If they sponsor one kind of problem for my own state, one day the governor will know who they call and I will be called. So they are taking advantage of the explosion of the population to make a statement. And that's why for any revolution to even take place, the elite class who are fighting for power has to come and lead, has to come and organize those population, the people. So that's why if you see all the governors, they go to APC, you understand? So movement is a typical example. I know it sounds as if I'm deviating. People don't understand. Now only Konkoso now go ADC. Every of that is little now go APC.
Okay.
So now, so the governing elite, they need to organize the population so that the tension goes. So everybody they exploit those because the ethnicity level. We've never been at Nigerian as a people. We don't do intermarried. We don't do business together to a point that say we would fear because somebody in this. No, I don't see that.
Okay. So, forefathers, coming to you, Ovie just said right now that Nigeria does not have an ethnicity problem.
Yet, a political structure problem.
Yeah, it is a political structure problem. Do you want to take off from that? Do you agree that Nigeria does not have an ethnicity problem? Because somebody just posted here, let me just highlight this. And then you, sorry, that is not what I wanted to highlight. Yes, Sunday Boho and MC Oluomo have said certain candidates should not come to a certain location of this country to campaign. Is that not an ethnicity issue? Does that negate what Ovie just said now that Nigeria does not have an ethnicity issue? What's your take on these forefathers?
I think Ovie was basically talking from the point of view that it's not the deciding factor why we are where we are. I think if one looks at it like that, then you can understand where he's coming from. But it doesn't mean currently the way politics is being played out in Nigeria, physically on the ground, and the way the discourse on the ground, it doesn't clearly show ethnic division. You can only go back to the last election and see how Igbo people were being targeted, and Abike Dabiri's this in a retweet of that terrible statement by I don't know who even made this statement on Twitter that she went and retweeted. So, and even the president themselves, I've seen the president say something about Lagos being their own and something. You see this stuff going on all the time. Kwankwaso himself has said something similar. So it's clear that we play ethnic games. But I think Ovie is also right that it's not necessarily the deciding factor whether your country is doing well or not. Because I see it here in the UK where if the English are playing football match against Nigeria, the Scottish will be cheering for Nigeria, and they are inside the same country, and they will be cheering against England from the same country. So it tells you that it's not a deciding factor whether you have different ethnicity within a nation. As a matter of fact, America could be one of the most diverse countries in the world, and yet it's the most powerful one. I think it's how you manage it. And our politics right now, and this is where again maybe Ovie has a point. The way our politics is adversarial. It wants to pitch one side against the other, so that it's not a politics that forces people to come together. It's not a kind of consensus-based politics and democracy that we are practicing. And this is why we have to consider changing this formula that we are using right now. And every chance I get, I will be advocating the presidential council system, or I think somebody suggested it in Nigeria where they call it the elder council, where you have people from the 6 geopolitical zones come together. Yeah, so you have to give them credit because he knows. They've studied the system. They see systems that are very stable around the world. If you have a system where every geopolitical region is represented in the center, and instead of one person just wielding the power of presidency, six of the leaders govern on behalf of the people, what it is implying is that you are, by creating such a system, you are telling them you are meant to work together. That is the spirit of the country. It makes the country want to work together. It's not adversarial. It's not telling them, oh, let's fight each other. You see what I mean? So we have to start thinking about implementing such systems that encourages us to work together instead of this adversarial American system, which most OECD countries don't practice. Most countries, actually, Western nations and the other OECD nations, they actually practice a parliamentary system. They don't go with this American adversarial system because they clearly, we can see the deficits of the system. It has, if you look at the accountability with the Epstein file, you see the OECD, the parliamentary countries, they hold people more accountable than the presidential system. So we always see the worst things and we pick it and say that's the approach we want to take. Even in the religious discourse, we see the worst aspect of religion, That's the one we take. The good part, we don't take it. We leave the. And I think Hello is correct to say that even on that religious topic, religion in itself, not just the way we practice it, has a way of brainwashing our people not to see clearly. So it's something that we too have to consider on every front. In terms of ethnicity, we have to start following systems or encouraging systems that encourage us to work together. And in terms of religion, the same thing too. You have to have leaders that bridge gaps. This is it's supposed to be obvious, but people don't do it, and we don't force our leaders to move in that direction. So thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks very much for that. And there's something you said, and I would like Mr. James to, if he can, build debunk on this. So, Fofather just talked about the presidential council system. In my understanding, should be as a panacea for trying to eliminate this ethnicity thing, because every time we're playing our politics, it starts heading towards an ethnic angle. Is that not in itself an admission that ethnicity is a problem? Because there are other groups in the world that have ethnic groups, but people are able to vote or conduct political processes without resorting to those ethnic issues. So, Mr. James, what's your take? Do we have a problem with ethnicity? Is the presidential council system, as forefathers just mentioned, a good way of trying to address our ethnic problems?
There is an ethnic problem in Nigeria because the government is not living up to expectation. People are shortchanged. This is one problem. And I remember reading, in fact, not even that. Ojukwu was in Kano during the outbreak of the Civil War. What's his name? Zeke was somewhere in the Middle Belt, I think Jos or thereabout, I can't remember. Kaduna Zogo had close affinity with Sokoto, if I'm not mistaken. That's how it was before the outbreak of the war, because the playfield was reasonably level or more leveler than it is now. I remember reading a novel written by Ilechi Amadi, The Concubine. Ilechi Amadi is from River State. But if you read that book, it's as if it's written by an Igbo man. The expressions, Agwa Turumbe, and all those kind of things in the book. The people of Benin City, they have very close affinity with the West, despite the fact that they break away in 1963 or so to form their Midwest. That notwithstanding, there's still collaboration among them. Traditionally, there seems to be some unity among the various ethnic groups, but the politicians are the people causing the problem. My mother in her lifetime never went to school because in those days they believed that you should not educate women. When they marry, they take the education to their new homes. That's why she missed the opportunity. But if my mother had left Benin City, where we grew up, to live in Aba or Abakaleke, she would have been able to blend with the people without problems. She would have done her business with them without problems. And at the end of the day, she would return home. By nature, we are not antagonistic, but it is the politicians are the root cause of the problems. Now, I speak so well of Obafemi Awolowo most of the time. I'm not a Yoruba man. I grew up in Bender State. That's Midwest of those days. He brought his free education. The pencils, the erasers, the sharpeners, the rulers, and everything we used in Bender State is exactly the same they use in Yoruba land. The playfield was level. It was not discriminating. So if you come and say you are a Yoruba man in Benin City, it means nothing to them because, I mean, how do I put it? It means nothing to them. That is the reason why they've been able to infiltrate the system. When, what's his name, late Edwin Kagbodo Clark was the commissioner for education in Midwest State. After his tenure, the man who took over from him was called Tayo Akpata. Tayo Akpata is a Yoruba name. There are a lot of them bearing Yoruba names.
Tayo Akpata was in Shekiri. Tayo Akpata was an Ishekiri man.
No, he was a Benin man. Tayo
Okay.
Akpata.
Okay.
Tayo Akpata. Yes,
Okay.
was a Benin man.
I know him, yes.
In Bendel North, there's where hails. That place is called Akoko Edo. That is Edo land where the Akokos settled. It's not the Yoruba land, but they call it Akoko Edo. That is what we call it in, Benin State. And there are so many instances to show that there's been very close.
Sorry, Mr. James. Chim, if I become
collaboration.
governor of Edo State tomorrow, you know what my name will be? Frederick Agbaje. So you go to say I be Yoruba person.
And not only that, Dele Giwa was from Bendel State. Dele, my line is very weak. Dele
Go ahead.
Mamadou was from Bendel.
We can hear you.
Dele Giwa was a Bendelite. Dele Mamadou, the same thing. And there are so many. In fact, the Ovia local government area of Bendel State and Ondo State, they are the same people. At a time, sometime during the military era, there was a border dispute. The way they resolved that dispute was so amicable that people did not notice it. Initially, they said, okay, the area should be under the government of As time goes on, they went behind the scene, they were able to resolve it, and up to today, I do not even know how it was resolved, because there was no need for the people to, who will you fight? Because any man you shoot in Ondo State or in the Ovia local government area of Benin State is likely to be related to you or related to somebody who's related to you. That's how it has been. It is the politicians who are messing up the country. And this is the reason why I'm saying we need a new political dispensation. We need a new ruling class. This class of people who have been mismanaging the country since 1960 till now should be swept into political oblivion. If not, we will never see the promised land, let alone entry. In fact, Moses saw the promised land, but he could not enter. So his situation will even be better than ours if we allow these people to continue.
All right.
Let me conclude by saying something very important. People always associate the ruling class with old men. The problem is not age. The character of a man depends on choice. It's a matter of choice and upbringing. It has nothing to do with age. This problem of tribalism we are talking about was laid during the First Republic. A majority of the people, like Awolowo, Zeke, and what have you, they were in their 30s. These were young men. They laid the foundation, which we inherited today. So, and the young boys of today, whom the ruling class have grown, they will be worse than the present ruling class we're having if we allow them to continue. This is why I buy the idea that there should be a revolution that will sweep the whole ruling class completely out of power, and a new dispensation should take over.
Okay, thank you very much. Maska, I'm going to come to you, but before I do that, I want to play this video, just a few snippets, and then you'll be able to comment.
No, actually, Chim, I'm not, well, you, okay, sorry, definitely.
Sorry, give me a second. I think I have just a second. Why am I struggling? Okay.
Intimate relationships, right? So not marriage. What about business? What about politics? Let me hear somebody who wants to respond, and then
So I witnessed tribalism when I was still in secondary school. A friend of mine who was my namesake, but he wasn't from, he was a Delta Igbo, he was not from the across the Niger. I was across the Niger. And we got the same course of McKinney Ben. Engineering. He got it, I didn't get. Started questioning and everything. I went through different places. I started hearing that because I'm from Delta, I mean across the Niger, like Imo, Anambra, and the rest, my cut-off mark has to be higher than a certain level. So people who got less than that from the other, from the northern part and everything, they get into school, and you don't get into. My sister didn't get into school. So imagine, like, okay, it's happening on a secondary level, at that level, education. Imagine what's going to happen, politics, business, every other thing. So I think National Orientation Agency, they've not. I don't think they've addressed all these issues.
Well, here is the National Orientation Agency.
Okay, but I will tell you that National Orientation Agency is doing a lot. We are the government.
But he's saying you're doing nothing.
That's what I'm about to tell you. We are the only government agency, apart from security agency, that is present in all the 774 local governments. And so we have programs that are set in place to address tribalism. One of them is building a people of peace. Government also has put measures in place, has established some government agencies. One of them is Federal Character Commission. You mentioned the other time that it appears tribalism only happen in marriages, interrelationship. So not only that, it doesn't only happen there. It doesn't only happen in politics. It's also happen in government circle. But government has noticed that and has put a government agency in place to ensure that, yes, such things are curtailed. And one of them is Federal Character Commission.
Okay.
I think we shouldn't. I need to bring a little bit of history to that. So we shouldn't lose sight of what tribe is.
By the way, let's just clarify that for a second, because I only ever hear the word tribe in relation to Africa. When we go to the Northern Hemisphere, they're referred to as ethnic groups. What's the issue there? Why?
Well, I think that shouldn't be a problem. I think we should focus on what tribe is as a word, and it's not a bad thing. It is group identity. The problem is tribalism, which is the behavior. Okay, tribe is a basic human instinct. It's a basic, it's just like hunger, just like appetite for this or for that. Okay, that was how humans survived in pre-civilization era. They had to come together. Okay, so that character, that trait moved from pre-civilization era to the modern.
All right. So, Maska, does Nigeria have an ethnic or tribal issue? Is it something the elites are causing? Is government doing enough to eradicate, reduce, or what? What's the solution?
Okay, thank you, Tim. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you guys. The reason why I joined was I joined in protest because Ismiri, even though she's calling herself Hello, but I was not happy with the treatment she received. She actually joined because of the religious issue. She raised certain issues, it was not addressed. And you people, typical of we Africans, we brush it aside because at that point, that's not what, what we are interested in. She didn't get an answer. She didn't get what especially women would call, she didn't get a closure. And you people moved on into another relationship. Is that fair? You left her heartbroken.
We are forced to move on, to speak, to take the bullet.
I'm not sure it's a complaint.
No,
they accuse all of us now. They're accusing me too. We were forced to move on.
We have. You see, we are not very logical and fair people. If you don't complain, then people just treat you anyhow. I'm sure she's not happy. I'm very sure. She's here.
Maska, we will address it. It was not intentional. There's no.
You see, that's why I mostly disagree with you on your positions, but I agree with you on your gentlemanliness.
All right.
So it's all right. I will leave it at that. I trust you. You come back and address that issue.
For sure.
Okay. Right. So now that I'm here, even though I really don't want to be here at this time, I have a lot of work on my laps. But anyway, so look, I don't think we have an ethnic problem. If we look at things from an ethnic perspective, I think things will be better. But we have a tribal problem. We have a tribal problem, you know. Let me give you a very typical example. If you go to Benue State, for instance, somebody like, people don't understand why John Abba probably is holding the positions that he holds. Me, somebody like me, I've moved around this country right from the very tender age. I have a very nuanced understanding of the issues in this country. If you go to Benue State today, an Idoma man in just the small Benue State, is being maltreated by the same thief people. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you go to Otukpo, the major town of the Idoma people, there's nothing to show for it. I doubt if an Idoma man would ever aspire to be the governor of Benue State. I'm just using that as an example to say that it's not even ethnicity, it's tribal. We are very tribal in nature. If you go to Plateau State, it's the same thing. A Biron person will tell you, look, he would want, if you give him the chance, this person would forever be the governor. It doesn't matter whether the governor is not performing or not. The same thing with an Angas person. He would rather have his person. The same thing with somebody from which other tribe now in Plateau State. You know, it's always like that everywhere you go among us. We are very clannish. In fact, that's the word. And I think part of the real challenge that I see with us as a people, I've said it, I think yesterday, in my mind, I really think that we have not moved. We are still like the children that, you know, when you are very young, people would use all sort of funny things to scare you. People would do all sorts of, people just do boju for you. When they want to collect something from your hand, they say, oh, see that thing in the sky. When you raise your hand, they collect it. We are adults, but black people were still like that. Somebody would tout is your religion and your tribe for him to collect power from your hand. Once you collect that power, he disappears. You won't see him again. So we are clannish, we are tribal. The problem is not ethnic. We are not even, ethnicity is a higher level of tribalism. If you are ethnic, it means that now you are teaching that you are thinking at a broader level. But we are very ethnic and we are very tribal, very clannish. Even within the tribe, I can tell you, if you go back to the same Plateau State, the Biro man from Barkiladi is not completely at peace with the Biro man from, say, Riom local government. So I think we have a lot, and I hear us, one of the problems I have with us as a people, every time you say, is government doing enough? Is government doing enough? And like, again, we're like children with feeding bottle in our mouth. Are we not old enough to have weaned ourselves and not be looking at government? We should be telling our government what to do. We the people, at least we the enlightened people. But even the enlightened people are looking up to government. If government doesn't do it, all we sit in one corner with our feeding bottle in hand and we'll be crying and be pushing legs. It's sad, honestly. It's very sad. Sometimes it's very, very sad to be a black man sometimes, honestly.
Okay, thank you, Master. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'll come to you, Mr. James. Hold on. I'm surprised with the issue of Benue you raised. So no Idoma man has ever been governor of Benue State?
I don't think so.
Wow, that's interesting. I've never heard. I'm just learning that for the first time.
You go and check it. Some of these things are, look,
yeah,
our problems are very obvious to us. It's just that sometimes we don't look at it the way we. And look, let me tell you. Let me also shock you. I went to a secondary school in a state in the north.
Mm-hmm.
I had a major problem, not from my state. I had a major problem there. The principal looked at me as tender as I was, as a secondary school student. He looked at me in the face and said, you these Hausa people, you've come and filled our place. Get out of my office. But look, I'm not going to hold it against him. Look, he's the one who is ignorant. Because in my mind, there's nothing, the school is funded by federal government to start with. You know, there's nothing that one will get from any state that you're not going to get from any other state in this country if you really work hard. Okay? But like I said, we have a lot of tribal problems. That I can tell you for free. That I will tell you. And it's not just everywhere you go. If you go, I don't know which state you come from, but even in your state, they will tell you that this man from North Central, this part, or that central part, or that is now the turn of these people, even within the states.
Yeah, I know we have that in my own state. What they try to do is to have a working arrangement. If it goes here, after a while, it moves to this other side in an amicable way. So when it moves to this side, all the parties will field candidates from that side. Whoever wins wins. When it moves to this side, it becomes the same way amicably. I'm surprised that in a state as old as Benue, Benue State is as old as 1976. If I'm correct,
No,
just
go and check it. Go and check it. If
I'm not doubting.
Under election has ever won, and I doubt if he will ever win.
Wow, that's interesting. Anyway,
So,
Master,
but
coming
just
to
for
you.
a lighter note, Jim, the only state that is over and above all this, head and shoulders above every other state, is Kano State.
Really?
I can
Why?
tell you 4 people, or at least 3 people, that are not even indigenous of Kano that have been governors, and everybody knows. And it's
Okay.
not an issue.
But
Lagos State is practicing it.
Masker, don't come here and tell us another thing, no. Hey, Joe.
Hey, but let's check. I'll check it now. Mazi, tell them.
Okay, so Maz, it's your turn. Go ahead. After you, then we'll come to Mr. James and go back to KJ. Sorry, to Hello before KJ.
Thank you for remembering.
When is it going to be my turn now?
You have spoken.
But you are the first person to speak on this topic.
No,
now.
Of course.
On tribe?
Yes, now you've spoken.
Okay. Oh, I see him.
I'm still here.
After Ovi, I came to you before I went to Mr. James.
Yeah.
So
I thought it's gone around since.
No.
No, we have Mazi. After Mazi, Elo. After Elo is Ovie before you. So get you a coffee.
Yeah, Mazi, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, I will be quick. You know one thing with us, we don't tell ourselves the truth. That is the problem. We have ethnic or tribal problem in Nigeria and in other African countries. Not only in African countries, but even in Europe where we live. You cannot separate this from human beings. There is ethnic division anywhere in the world. There is tribal division anywhere in the world, not only in Nigeria. The issue is that how do we manage it? All the conflict you see in Balkan, in Yugoslavia, was ethnic and tribal wars. Czechoslovakia, they separate because they are not one people. So when we come here and pretend that, no, we are one people, we are this and that, we are not doing ourselves, we are just like kind of, denying the obvious. We are different people forced together. The issue is how do we manage to live together in harmony, in peace and harmony? That's what we'll be talking, not that we're not one people. We speak different languages, we have different cultures, we have different traditions and customs, but we found ourselves in a one country that we never created for ourselves. Now, let us see how are we going to make it workable for us. Not coming to say we married each other, we this and that, no. Because if you go to even France, you have ethnic problem there. Look at Spain. The Catalonians. It's about ethnic and tribe. If you go to England, not Ireland, Scottish, it's a problem. It's everywhere. If you come to Belgium here, you have the French and the Dutch people struggling. In fact, the Dutch even want to separate from Belgium because of that ethnicity or tribal issues. Even the so-called our forefathers, what did they say? Chief Awolowo never, he called us a geographical expression. In fact, even asked the British, why are you trying to do this? A Welshman, a Scottish is different, and English is different. Why do you want us to force us together? Even Abubakar Tafawa said the same thing, that this Nigeria you are forcing is a British interest, a British invasion. Don't tell us don't discuss our differences. We have to let us manage our differences, but don't say that we are not one people. We are different people because we have the same skin color does not make us one people.
Nobody said we are one people. You keep addressing that same point.
Pardon? So what I'm trying to let us know, I mean, my own opinion is that Nigeria, we find ourselves in Nigeria quite well, fine, but we have to sit down and redefine this Nigeria. Let us make it workable for everybody. Whether you are some tribes in Nigeria, even they are not up to 10,000, they are not even represented. Look at somebody was saying about Idoma today. You have Idoma in Benue State, you have them in Kogi State. Yet none of them, they can't even become governor in these both states. And they are Nigerians, and probably they might not even have a senator representing them or House of Rep representing them, probably in the Senate or in the House. So there's injustice in Nigeria until we sit down and accept that we have problem, tribal or ethnic problem. How do we solve this problem? It is going to continue. It is going to continue because of the way we are forced together without no consent, no agreement, and that's where you see it today. 60 years ago, look at what happened. What happened? I mean, before even the Civil War, the cross carpet. It was a tribal politics in the middle, in the Western region. It was a tribal. So we are saying that we are not one people. We speak the language. We don't speak the same language. We don't eat the same food, but we have found ourselves in one place. How do we live as one people? Make it constitutional. Let everybody be represented. Whether you are 2 people, whether your tribe is 10 and my own is 50. Let us make it equitable. Let justice prevail. Apart from that, this thing will continue because some people will feel cheated. Let me tell you, you can't put I live very close to Poland and Germany. Germans and Poland can never be in one country. It's impossible. There's no way a German and a Polish man can be in one country and the German will be his president or her president or the other one. It's not going to happen. Finally, in Europe today, we have, look at the whole Europe. You have 80 ethnic groups, only 80. Go and see it. 80, and then 54 major ethnic groups. So other ones are, minorities. But in general, there are only 80. How many do we have in Nigeria? I'm not talking about the whole Africa. How many do we have in Nigeria? That is why there is at least stability in Europe, because every tribe, every ethnic group manages their own issues differently. They can meet in Brussels and discuss, European policies, but they go back to their ethnic, to the indigenous country and discuss differently and do the whole thing differently. We are not so all this that we married together. We do no. If you go the Serbians who fought the Bosnians, they married each other. Kosovo and Serbians, they were in fact their cousins. They're married. So what are we talking about? Let Nigerian elites or politicians, let them sit down and redefine Nigeria. Negotiate Nigeria. I'm not talking about breaking it, but make it representable for anybody. If you are one, if your ethnic is one, let there get a representative in Abuja. For example, let's say that we have 360 what they call the House of Reps. Do you know that a lot of ethnic groups are not even represented in the House of Reps? But there are ethnic groups in Nigeria that they don't have Senate or senators, they don't have reps, and they are in Nigeria. That is for them. That's a great injustice to these people.
Okay,
thank you.
All right. So, hello, it's your turn. But before I come to you,
Mr. James wants to quickly say something, and then I come to you. Hello, Mr.
Okay,
James.
I will not waste time because we're running out of time. In law, there's what the lawyers call vicarious responsibility or vicarious liability. If I employ somebody to work for me, in the course of working for me, if the person should run into problems with other people, I'm the one to bear the responsibility.
It's too much now. The account no balance.
Now, the issue is that
the account doesn't balance.
You say what?
Sorry about that. Go ahead. That's not your fault. Go on. I've muted him. Go on.
I can't get what he's saying.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. James. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't talking to you.
If a government official happened to be tribal in these activities, it is the government that will be held responsible. If I go to a school seeking admission and you deny me admission on the basis of my ethnic group, it is the government that denied me, not you, acting for the government. The government comes to power and Fulanized the whole country. Another one came to power and Yorubanized the whole country. You cannot hold the people responsible. It is government that is behaving responsibly. There was a time the Ghanaians came to Nigeria in large numbers. I was taught by some Ghanaian and Indian teachers. We could not discriminate them because the opportunities were there. The country was well governed, relatively. The country was well governed. We need workforce. If a Hausa man come to Benin City, he would have got a job. There was an Igbo man living in our company in Benin City. We call him Ovigbo. Ovigbo in Edo language means an Igbo man, or a child of the Ovigbo. That is an Igbo man. That's what we call. We don't know his surname. He was working at Ben Brewery at Ikpobahir. He got a job because there was need for workers. The country is not properly governed. The politicians are stealing money instead of developing the country. If Nigeria were to be highly industrialized, there would have been need for more workers. So if an Hausa man comes and is good at teaching mathematics, I cannot say I will not employ you because you are from the north. No, it is because the opportunities are diminishing every day. This is why people are falling back on tribalism. It is the government which is responsible, not the individuals. This is how I see it. If I suffer an injustice, maybe in northern Nigeria, and that is how I see it. It is the government that should be held responsible, not individuals. Changes always come from the top, not from the bottom. That is how I see it. Now the government has set up Federal Commission.
Federal Character
Commission, National Service Corps, and a lot of bogus institutions which government is unable to control. Instead of this constitution, these institutions to live up to public expectation, the head of the institution is using it as a means to enhance tribal allegiance, just like the Technical Aid Corps of Nigeria. It is dominated by just one ethnic group, just only one. If they say that 100 members, about 80 to 90% of them are from that ethnic group. That is how it is in Nigeria of today. So what are we talking about? It is the government which will hold responsible, not the people. If the people don't have the money to run the government, it is the government that sells the crude oil, that mine the gold in Zamfara, what have you. Money is with the government to solve the problem of the people. We should put the blame on the government, not the people. This is how I see it. The government is vicariously responsible.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for that. So, hello, you heard Mr. James. This is the government that is responsible for solving the issue of ethnicity. But first and foremost, before you even come there, do you agree that Nigeria has a problem of ethnicity? Or do you think it's just something we're just making up? It doesn't even exist. What's your perspective? Bearing in mind all that you've heard or since.
Well, I'm not a political. I'm not
Go on, hello.
I'm not a political guru, but this is my own belief from what I've gathered over the years, I started looking into politics. Not long ago, though, I'm still learning. So I do believe that we have the ethnicity, but tribal married into ethnicity problems, you know? And I do believe that the government are not solely responsible for ethnic and tribal problems because the people make the government. The children will be born into a family unit and they will be educated morally and certified with certain tools, be it positive or negative or combined, that they will further on begin to hold positions in their in respective places that could lead them to become number one in the country. So it's an individual to start with, and then it progresses to a group of people, a state, the nation. So an individual from a tribe into a big, larger ethnicities that now emerge into blocks of ethnicities that come together to vote someone. So the people make the government and people should be held responsible. That's why I said the foundation of all these bent kind of behaviors start from individualism, yourself. We should look into ourselves one by one to become a better people, to educate ourselves and our mindset so we can produce good leaders. So, for example, tribalism is inwoven into ethnicities and it exists in different tribal groups that found themselves then grows into larger ethnicities. Like some tribes do not intermarry. They're saying we marry each other. How do we marry each other? Are there no intermarriage fluid between tribes of the same people? Not to talk of leaving your tribe to go to the west or not to marry. In those times, they will tell you, when you get of age, they will tell you, look, you, the way I'm seeing you, you're learning this language. I hope you're not going to bring this person and that person to my household. Be warned, though. That is tribal. And then when it comes to politics, the people in power use their powers to divide people, divide and conquer into tribes and ethnicities, and it doesn't help anyone. So there are those things can cause things like I've gathered a few points like political instabilities and conflicts when they mobilize certain group of people for political gains that could lead to communal conflicts and political violence. When political allegiance is determined by ethnicity, listen very well, ethnicities rather than policies, it can result in weak national unity and persistent unstable governance, which is what Nigeria has a total disease and breakdown of. Okay, so we have this marginalization of the minorities within minorities. Like in Nigeria, when they want to describe Nigeria, they said, you ask a foreigner, where are you from? This person will say, I'm Yoruba. That one will say Igbo. The other one will say, I'm Hausa or Fulani. That's it. They look at Nigeria as maybe three tribes, the Wazobias or something like that. What about the other ethnicities inside ethnicities? The minorities inside minorities that no one is even speaking for. Are they not human enough as Nigerians? So they are tribal. They are tribes people that are in little communities that no one is speaking for them. Perhaps if they're even lucky, they are being pushed together with these bigger, louder ethnicities with exaggerated wings that go and represent them and talk down at them. Because in Nigeria, when you have power, you act as if you're God. Some of them use it to commit all sorts of atrocities, both on financial malfunctioning, social malfunctioning, economic, even spiritual malfunctioning. Sometimes they take their politics into church. So those things, divide and rule, like I've said, is bad. Reduce social cohesion. Some research have already suggested that increased ethnic diversity can in some cases decrease trust between neighbors and reduce civic engagement. There are a lot of institutional disadvantages based on racialized inequalities that can lead to unequal access to public services and institutional discriminations. There are a lot of them. There could be policies that a certain ethnic person can make just to favor himself, like Emiloko and all that. Using certain ethnic slogan to promote themselves. So, or maybe an adage or proverb, they will always, when they want to describe themselves, they will always hint at their tribe, their ethnicity, and stuff like that to promote their agenda, which is extremely personal to enrich their pockets. So Nigeria is so divided, and that's why I'm saying we need to find a balance to create a synergy of of these ethnicities somehow. I don't know how it's going to be, because there are so many of us that some are highly forgotten, even in the north and stuff like that. Every time we continue, I know there are things happening in Nigeria. Some may say it's religious, some may say it's foreign hands, some may say it's political, all combined together as a conglomerate. There are big problems inside one bag that have different structures and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So KG, you heard what she said. You know what we're discussing.
No, I don't know what you're discussing. No. Tell me what you're discussing.
So right now we've been discussing ethnicity and religion, but we are specifically now on the ethnic issue. We've trashed religion, but you might want to chime in a little bit on it if you want. Our question is, right now, does Nigeria have an ethnicity issue? Do we have ethnic problems? Mr. James says that it is the government that is responsible for creating it. In other words, the elites. Ovie has reinforced the same argument. But Mazi Okpara is saying that it's not a problem, that even in Europe, there are ethnic groups. But the issue is how to create the cohesion and coexistence. And Fofadas also has his own perspective. So my question to you is, do you even agree, does Nigeria have an ethnicity issue?
Yes.
Yes. How do we address it? What's the problem? Where is it coming from? What do we do? Tell us.
Okay, thank you so much. I started following, and let me just digress a bit, or rather go to the first topic. I agree with Rudolph what he said before leaving, that you see, witches in Africa can be controlled just by putting on lights. I know that. If you light up the community, those flying at night will not be able to fly. The only reason why they have sway is because everywhere is dark, and evil is perpetuated in darkness. Nobody who can do evil when the whole place is lit up. So consequently, for us who Nigeria claims to be a Christian or rather a religious country, it's not ironical that we don't have light, because I think every religion talks about light. And in the Christian faith, light is everything. God dwells in light. God is not a human being. He dwells in light, unapproachable light. And one of the things that we first try to advocate is the fact that we are children of light. Light is the source. When light comes, every other form of darkness runs into hiding. Consequently, light has not been able to come to Nigeria, and they know the purpose why they do that. They refuse to let light come. Electricity is not a new science. This science has been completed and packed aside. People are even looking for how to now advance electricity without having to use cables. And we are still looking for how to use cables to connect ourselves, and it's not happening. It is very disheartening that since 1960 to today, we are still talking about electricity, and it doesn't seem to be a problem to the government. So how do you open up the space? How do you develop the country when you don't even have stable light? If I want to send money to my cousin now to start his barbering shop, apart from buying the clippers and giving money for rent, I'll have to look for extra money to buy a standby generator.
So we're not talking power generation now. That's the next thing we're going to do. So just leave that one area and just focus on religion.
So yes, I just want to touch on that and move on. All right. So how
Igbo man, he must talk investment.
Oh yes, of course. Now, you know, if a lizard run far from tree, hang go hold am. So, we have a tribal issue, and I agree with Maska. What Maska said happened to me in my secondary school. You know, I was selected to be the head boy. The man who was at the helm of affairs right now, God rest his soul, said, Igbo boy, no way. You know, despite the fact, you know, in my school, the teachers come together to select. Everybody was in agreement. He said, no, that I'm Igbo. You cannot never allow an Igbo boy to be a head boy in his school. How? Not possible. Okay. It was out of the fact that a Frenchman, Montesquieu, we call him Montesquieu, who could not understand. You are in Nigeria, you are saying this Igbo person. What's the difference between Igbo and the rest of people? So when he refused, I was made a Sokoto house captain. The guy said, okay, you don't want to make him head boy. I'm making my house captain. Nobody can stop me from making my house captain. That's how I became a house captain in my secondary school. I'm talking about secondary school now. So you can see that, yes, that thing has been in the in the spin for a long time. Nobody is taking interest to deal with it. I don't want to talk about when I went to serve. I served in Abuja, and that's a different kettle of fish. You know, but the authority know what it is. They are using it for their own advantage. Now, we cannot blame Nigerians for being tribal. Even the nature itself groups things in tribal. If you go into the forest, and I'm using the forest as an example, you find that a group of trees don't grow in between each other. A group of trees coalesce in a particular place, and as you travel through the geography, the location, the savannah, you find out that the tree system keeps changing, and they all are in the same kind of places. You hardly will find one different shrub too far away from where the neighbors are. Animals travel in tribes. That's why you see a group of monkeys, a group of baboons, a group of lions, a group of this. We all travel in that direction. Man is not different. But the only thing that will have been different with us is that we understand what it is and make sure that each tribe is represented appropriately. And we divide resources in accordance with every tribe. If you see what is killing Nigeria the most is that we seem to think that one particular tribe is better than the other. One can be left behind and the other one brought forward. And just like Maska said, I lived in Benue for more than 30 years. And Idomama has never been governor of Benue State. And Idomama have been deputy governor, okay, but never been, all right, a governor of Benue State. In fact, if you are following Benue politics right now, Bonu, Chivo Bonu, who is the former deputy governor of Benue, just started a group. They had a conference 3 days ago, saying that now they will insist on the governorship seat. It's not the first time. He won't be the first person. Audogbe is from Benue, very intelligent, God bless him, so very intelligent, very straightforward man. But he never made it to be governor. And I don't think anybody who is coming out now, even though I have friends who are in that position, they are not going to still make it because the numbers will not be in their favor. The numbers of the thieves double the other people. Even if the other tribes put themselves all together, they still not be able to win the governorship in Benue. Now, if we are being fair people, just like we did in Abia, zone it this year, this side, we will do the same thing in other places. Okay, it's a turn of the thieves. Let the Idomas have the next one. Let the Igedes have the next one. Let the Agatus have the next one. But we won't do that because we believe the number we have is big enough for us to muzzle our way through the other.
Can I just throw in this little spinner and then you round off quickly with your whatever minute you do, the remaining 2 minutes you have. So are we saying as Nigerians that a man from the other ethnic group in a state cannot, in the best interest of the other people, carry out policies. Let's say, for instance, you and I come from Abia. We come from Abia North. And Abia North is Umuahia. You know that Aba is more developed than Umuahia. So an Abia North man cannot ensure that people in Akwete get enough good resources that we build, turn Aba into a fantastic place that everybody wants to develop. So my focus should be Umuahia only, and vice versa. So are we also saying that if the president of the Nigeria comes from, I don't know, let's say from Kanuri, that he cannot realize that, oh, there are some benefits and there's a developmental project in Ishekiri land. Let me go and make sure it develops. Why is that difficult for me to be a Kanuri man, but I see the interest of the man from Ishekiri and I pursue it? Why is that? Why do we have to think that the person from my ethnic group is the one who will do that?
Okay, it's not what you ask is not impossible, but it looks impossible in Nigeria now because we have dwelt on this wrong path for so long. You see, when just this afternoon before your program, I was just thinking to myself, when this 12 states of Nigeria was going to be created, were you represented? No, you are not represented. Did anybody consult you how you are going to draw the boundary lines? No. Certain individual who didn't even know some part of Nigeria sat down and said, this is how we're going to divide the state into 12. And then, give to themselves whatever they want to give to themselves. So I'm not saying, in a place where politics is more stable and justice is maintained and equity is understood, it is a right question you have asked. Those things will be done. But in our own locality now, and the kind of policy we have practiced for many years has eaten into the fabric of the system and in the mentality of our people, that when you don't have anybody from your state or from your side, equity or what is due to you may not come to you. So for a system that operates in that way, one would think that the people who are in leadership will now make it black and white. If A is going to A, let A also go to B. If B is taking C, let everything be divided equitably. If you are going to give to the north $1 million, give to the south also $1 million. Don't say, okay, by this, by that. No, that is what. So we need to go back to the drawing board and draw out these things the way it should be done. That from that point now can begin to operate and come to the place where we can now say, okay, anybody who will put there now will not, change the system. It's just like being elected president of America. There are very few things you can change. You can play with. There are very few. Those things are static. You can't go and mess around with certain things. They will not allow you. Okay, they will checkmate you straight on. So now that's because the system has been built and it is working. In our own case, look at what is going on. I asked you the other day, or I asked on this program, all the money that Tinubu is spending, all the international tours is making, who approved the money? Was it in the budget? The question is no. So the president of Nigeria stands up and says, okay, I need this. And once he says it, it is done. He went to inauguration meeting, his swearing-in ceremony, and said subsidy is gone. Okay, and that is it. The next day, everybody started running helter-skelter. Can you do that in any other developed country? A president just make a speech, and that's it. Everything begins to align with what you said. It doesn't happen anywhere. So we are totally not only backward in our able to put systems that will work. We're also relying on our tribesmen to be able to keep us in power. And that is what you see playing out right now. It's not going to change until we decide to change it.
Okay. All right. So I put up this question. We're going to be rounding off. Maybe what I'll do is to give everybody 2 minutes. And then Chris, you would talk on this a little bit, but you will have to join us fully in the next visit because we're running out of time. So Mr. James put up this in the private chat. I saw it, so I tried to highlight it. It says, why should governorship, so it can be local government chairmanship, it can be presidency, it can be whatever it is, be determined on the basis of ethnicity and not competence, which is exactly the point I am making. So in rounding off, forefathers, I'll start from you and I'll go this way. Even Mr. James himself will give his own opinion. Just 2 minutes. What's your take on this, Mr. James's question?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's been an hour since I spoke. Are we that many here that it takes 1 hour to go around?
No.
So I don't know how that is. I'm a bit surprised by that, actually. That said, I think what Masca said was Masca, you're one of the best minds here, but what you said was not necessarily accurate about how different tribes they kind of try to dominate each other. I checked the state disparity, that's the different governors that have ruled each state. I'm actually quite surprised how spread out it is from different regions and different states. And even in that TIV one that you said was accurate, and part of the reason is because TIV make up the majority of the population of the state, over 50% of the state. So you can see why in a democracy where votes go every direction, you are likely to get a chief person rule continuously. The same thing in Kanuri too, and some states where the one that surprised me in northern state, that's the one we have to question, where they say Hausa Fulani, but when it's Fulani, it's Fulani. But when it's Hausa, it's going to be Hausa Fulani. I get confused about that. But even within that, they come from different parts of the state. So it appears even within the state, they are doing an element of rotational system of government. And I did hear that even in River State, they were even making the argument. That was partly why Fubara had to be governor. In Edo State, you have very, very different groups ruling too. And I've checked at least 10 states, and very, very few, you have one group dominating. This is where I think Nigeria is actually doing better than many countries. Even the UK, they don't care. Most of the South people rule the country, really, basically, in the UK. But in Nigeria, we made an effort to try to have people, represented with these policy, national character policy, and all the rest of it. So I just feel like the way we govern the top also needs to reflect that. We need to have a system that have people represented at the top, and not everybody is going to be represented at the national level, but most people will be represented at the state level. Remember, local government areas do capture.
Forefathers, the cases you have made, you're alluding to the fact that federal character and turn by turn is good. But the question Mr. James is asking, why should it be done by turn by turn? Why can't Forefathers be the best candidate? And we all say that Forefathers has the best ideas, even though Forefathers is from, let's vote for him. And then when we finish, Forefathers and KJ come from the same area and they're contesting. And we see again that KJ has a better idea than this other person, even though it's this other person's turn. But are we going to sacrifice competence on turn? That's Mr. James's question. Why can't it be on competence?
That's an interesting question that I've come to learn, that there is something greater than individual intelligence or competence, which is collective intelligence and collective competence. That's systemic competence. Because if you have a system where one person is intelligent and the rest are dumb, or the rest are not following, that person that is intelligent is not going to get anywhere. May not even make it there. You have a system that people participate in, where the collective feel as part of the system, then you can actually function. Otherwise, if you keep having one side just go there and rule, you have the kind of situation we have now. Given we are already stressed economically, you have the kind of situation you have now. So, and I begin to understand that individual intelligence is not enough. That meritocracy stuff that we talk about is not real. That's why you see countries that are that shouldn't have anything to compete with fellow Nigerians. Nigerians are very capable individual people. But yet, the countries that are less capable people can do better than Nigerians. Why? Because systemically, collectively, they are more intelligent. And you have to create intelligent systems that are stable, that allows the entire nation to do well. You may not produce the best person at the top, but systemically, it's going to work better if everybody feels like they are part of the system. Thank you.
Okay. So, KJ, I'm coming to you. 2 minutes. You heard what Forefather said. Forefather says he is not discountenancing competence, but that there's something greater than competence, and that is the collective competence. In other words, if stabilizing the system through, I let you have a say, the next time I let this other, and then there is peace, and we build a cohesive system of trust where everybody feels belong, that it is better than this competence that Mr. James is suggesting. Do you agree?
Yes. That's what developed nations have used as an advantage.
Is that what America is using?
Yes.
Is that what UK is using?
Yes. It's collective competence. The system is written down. It doesn't matter whether you're a dummy or not. In fact, if you bring a goat to sit on some of those thrones of those countries, it will run because it's been written. You only operate it. You can't subvert it. Okay, and when you subvert it, the system is strong enough to checkmate you immediately. But we don't have that. What we have are strong men in offices who decide what happens to Nigerians. You go to a community, or I'll give an example. Just looking at Jos, will that happen anywhere in this world? You take people who are sick, you transport them to the airport. Okay, I don't like to curse. Your president comes and tells you that he has only 10 minutes to stay with you. For people who love loved ones, not one, not two, but almost 40, and tell you that because you don't have a guest house, you can only do 10 minutes, and that you don't have electricity. Is it the people that you brought to come and see that they're going to provide electricity? So why am I going to that level? I'm showing you how incompetent an individual can be. And when the system is not strong enough to checkmate such a person, he will abuse the people as much as he wants. If it's a nation where people are human beings and consider other people, by today, the National Assembly would have sat and impeached him. Okay, but we don't have such a system. So what I think we should do is to set up a system that can checkmate strong men and let those systems be allowed to work. Is there any other country in this world that what Mike is doing to the courts will be done any other place in this world? Why is the court not allowed to run their own independent account? Why must they be dependent on the executive to release money to run the courts? These are things that we, as a people, if we are sincere that we want to build a nation, will have done all this, will have checkmated all this, will have removed, just like the National Assembly have a first charge account, so also the judiciary should have a first charge account. And the appointment to that office shouldn't be based on the powers of the executive. We should look for other ways to make sure that the judges who are appointed as judges, Supreme Court judges especially, are not on the same lane with the president.
But KJ, the National Assembly has a first line charge account, as you call it, and they are still on the mandate.
Now that is where we are not what will now apply the suggestion of forefather. If there is a systemic intelligence that is working, you can't subvert it. You can't. If you go to National Assembly and say, okay, because the man have asked you for $6 billion and you just within three minutes approve it, the system will check you. The system will not even allow you to go to London and enter a contract that the National Assembly is not aware of, and it will null and void right from the beginning, and it will be checked. But you see, everybody have been cowed, so we are all working with our heads down. We're not even able to stand up and look at them and say, no, this is not right. We can't do this. Thank you.
Let's go quickly so that we can come to that last topic before we go. So, Masker, Mr. James is asking, why should governorship, presidency, whatever position be determined on the basis of ethnicity and not competence? Do you agree with him? Forefather says, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be competence as long as we have a strong system that works and anything can happen because the system will run itself according to KJ. What's your take?
I think it's a process. What I mean by process is it's just like girlfriend and boyfriend. The first time you meet, you need to build confidence in each other. At a point when you convince yourself that you have each other's back, then you can begin to, it doesn't matter who, everybody can take a decision. Let me be more explicit. We are supposed to have, for every relationship, whether it's an individual or a community or even a country, we've agreed that we're ethnic nationalities or we're tribal clans, okay? The starting point is for us to go through the process of bonding. Let's put it that way. You know, you need to appreciate each other's value system. What does KJ accept? What does KJ doesn't accept? What does he believe in? What doesn't he believe in? How does he want? What is very important for him? What is less important? Once you have that understanding of each other's value system, And normally in science, it's called the norming stage, where you understand the norms and values of each other. I think Nigeria probably have refused to go through that. No, we've refused to systematically agree and understand each other's norms and values. You know, everybody just want to think that he's going to go and get things his own way. That has not yet happened, and it's not helping us. That's why today, every day, we're having crisis. What I would have expected the country also to do after the norming stage, you can go into probably maybe storming stage where it's now a give and take. No, this is too extreme. I can't take it. You can't tell me I can't do this, I can't do this. We are one country, by the way. You know, small crisis at the end of the day, but people then begin to bond. We've not gone through any of this stage. That's why I think I'd rather go with the forefather suggestion, because you'll be jumping the gun to assume today that there's what do you call it now, competence.
So Mask, are you saying all those 1959, 63, all those things, the military rule, NYSC, those things are not norming stages?
Okay, it's an attempt, but like AJ said, you see, you have to be very systematic, and all the parties have to agree that that is what they are doing. What has happened with NYSC, I by the way, I love it. It's one of the best things that any black man has thought of, this NYSC. Okay, so let's put that aside. But NYSC, there are a lot of things that we've done that I support. NYSC, unity schools, even this Federal Character Commission. A lot of people don't like the idea that there are court of marks and catchment areas. But look, this is what you need to do to actually try and be at the same level, even though I think they mix up things. But to answer your question directly, it has not worked, and it didn't work simply because we are not addressing the issues as it is. So you want to do NYSC, but you haven't agreed that as a country or as component parts. I can't remember who said it, but you haven't even acknowledged, we haven't acknowledged some of these tribes in this country. In this country, people go behaving as if there are only 3 tribes. I think it's Ismail London that said it. It's very insulting and annoying. Somebody like Pansat will come and tell you are a minority. You are a minority. So how are you, what is NYSC if this is how we see each other? If you think that there's only Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba in the country. To start, I'm just giving you a simple example. So I think that jumping to this level of competence is jumping the gun. It will not happen if you don't agree that you are 2 different people. It's like you have to understand what is the strength of your wife before you start giving her some of the decision-making process. Just because she's your wife, you are her husband, you enter kitchen, you don't know how to cook, you cook nonsense for the house. It doesn't work. People should know what is, okay, and I can give you a classic example, okay? What, as a result of the norming stage, what benefits you can get. You can find out that, for instance, in a marriage, the husband realizes, oh, I'm not good with money. So he gives the financial decision to his wife. Do you understand what I'm saying? A classic example in this country, we can decide that, okay, when it comes to accounting, it's possible somebody like me, I can say, no, I can only give an Ijebu man to be the accountant general of this country. I'm just, as a joke now, I'm just not disrespect for anybody, but I'm just saying that, like, there are certain things already we know about each other in the country. But I think we should be systematic about it, and I truly agree with the forefathers. What we are doing is not systematic. You can't leave it to political parties.
All right. Okay.
We should collectively sit down and agree. I've suggested many a times, if you ask me, one of the things we should do, no Hausa man, no Igbo, no Yoruba should ever rule this country again.
Ever.
Seriously.
Ever.
Look, this is the scientific way to go about it, okay? Leaders should come from the minorities. Yeah. They should come from the minorities. So this issue of it's not me, it's not Igbo, it's not Yoruba will completely be sorted out. It's minorities that are ruling. You can't come and be fighting on.
But Wike is minority.
Look, let me tell you. Do you know why Wike is a problem?
Akpabio is minority.
No. You know why they? What you don't? Do you know why they are a problem? Because they are not secure. If they know that as a rule in the country, only a minority can rule, they will hold their fort. They don't need to be that extremist. They don't need to be that overzealous. But today, a minority will have to look for a master and behave like a dog to that master.
All right. Okay. Because of time, Maska, let's move. Ovie. So, Mr. James is asking same question: why should elective political offices be determined based on ethnicity and not competence?
I think a good question, and at the right time too. And honestly, I think we are not doing bad in the sense that the kind of conversation Nigerians are having across the board. I said that because our people say you go crawl before you walk, right? We were put together as a nation in 1960. We are supposed to evolve gradually. I understand that, especially us, we grew up in an era whereby, you can take off from Lagos and go to the other end of Nigeria within hours. Before they take weeks, days, months, and years. So we expect things to be faster. But we have to ask ourselves our question, right? For the past 60 years, right? Almost all our institutions are not indigenous, including our education system. So in other words, we are doing a crash program because those that gave us independence, I think, in the exception of the Awolowo and Co., which Mr. James always reference here, they are to put institutions together that Nigerians, we grew up and drive a policy and systems that we govern ourselves. That's nations. That's where nations. That's how nation grow. That's how nation evolve. Some people argue that military, when military take over, we should have allowed them to stay longer, right? Because even the United States of America and the military, when they fight their civil war, they had it for almost 100 years. Make sure they grow those institutions. Because if I want to pick one of few examples from during our military era, they involve expertise within the country, right? Even the foreigners where they come, now Nigerians where go school for abroad, but they go into Nigerian universities to bring them out to actually serve us at the local level. Especially those who go for North. If you finish for school, you have a place at the local government level. So that's how we are supposed to evolve. But unfortunately, those institutions fail. So the politician, or one would say the politician deliberately make sure those institutions die. So they now have to, because it's a winner take it, or that's what our political structure is where the problem lies. So the political system we are practicing put a competition, not competence first. Put competition, winner take it all. Somebody has to carry first. So, and you wait there as a competitor. Your focus is how do I win, because that's what it takes. So you have not start by looking at constituencies where numbers they. These people are there plenty pass for this state now, right? Let's pick somebody from there. Okay, let's like a state now that has Yoruba 70%, or sorts of people 30%. It only makes sense you carry a person from Yoruba land. No matter how incompetent that person is, people, at least 70% of the people go vote for him just based on seeing my person. So until we adjust those political structure, well, that's why I say we should grow and evolve into them. But unfortunately, there is no indigenous education that focus on, say, okay, patriotism, logic, mathematics. You have to pass through the system before you can even work in governance. Talking about a country that has a lot of popularity, China, for instance. There's an exam called Geico or whatever. You have to pass through that exam before you can work in any sphere of government. Forget leadership first.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, no problem. Thanks. Now, Mr. James, we're back to you. You're the one who posed this question.
Jim, sorry. Let me just correct one thing 15 seconds. Sorry, James. Let me just correct one thing. 15 seconds. It's about jam entry. I think we have had multiple times people have been saying that they have discrimination against different ethnic groups. In reality, what is happening is that the jam sets a specific number cutoff, lowest cutoff mark, while the university decide to set their own marks. And some universities might decide to discriminate and say, you know what, if people are from poorer background, they will give them slightly this in advantage to get into university with slightly lower scores. That is what is going on. It's not necessarily tribally based. And I really hope we try to put it that way, because before they start saying that, because Southeastern states, which is strange, they put very high marks before you can join their universities. So they are the ones setting the marks for their own people to join their universities.
No,
so you should ask yourself why that is happening.
No, Fofaras, that's not correct. So let me use the opportunity to correct that. So
that's what I'm reading here.
Okay, hold on. So there are two institutions or two exams where this. I don't know what is happening now. In the generation I grew up in, we had JAMB, we had Unity schools for Unity secondary schools. So when you write the Unity secondary school exam, it used to be over 400, then they took it to over 600 later down the line. The Unity schools will set a benchmark to say, if you hit this score, then you have chances of entering the Unity school. Then they will now set what they call cutoff mark for each state, not ethnic group, each state. So Imo State back in those days, because I went to school when it was originally Imo State before the Abia was created, Imo State will have, say, 350. Ogun will have, say, 360 in that order. And then any child from these states, you must hit that threshold or exceed it slightly to get into any school. That's on the Unity Secondary School. Then JAMB now had its own system. JAMB will say it's over 400. And they will say if you reach 180, 180 is the baseline cutoff for every Nigerian. Once you score 180, you gain admission to a university. Then they will now universities will now start setting their benchmark based on courses. So UNILAG might say, if you want to come read medicine in UNILAG, you must score 251. Just as an example, engineering will say you must score 248. Uniben will set their own two for their different. That is the way it used to be done. So in the Unity University schools, it was based on the university, based on the course. But there is a general JAMB baseline of depending on the performance that year, actually. So if they say that the performance was high, they might set it slightly higher, 200. If the performance was low, they will bring it down slightly lower. That's the way it used to be done. It's not based on ethnic group.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to address. That with that jam, the Southeastern states set a higher figure for their own citizens to be able to join this thing. So that is what I'm trying to highlight, that they are the ones creating some of the boundaries, maybe because they don't want too many people to join. I don't know. But they set higher figures in the Southeast.
But is the universities based on the courses they do,
the universities. That is universities in the South. Is that what I'm not saying? It's the government. The universities in the South is they are the ones that set the higher marks.
No, but yeah, you know why? There were more people in the education system in the Southeast than the northern part of the country, right? So if you don't apply that kind of logic, at the end of every year, regardless how you said the exam, you will see like 100 people coming from the Southeast and only 10 people qualify.
What is wrong with that?
Okay,
if the other side are using 100,
hold on.
Let's move on.
Hold on now.
We can come back later on, please.
No, because it's quite obvious now. Why would you increase it for your own state so that you don't educate many people in your own state? Why do you do that? When the other side is using 100, why are you not putting your own down to 100 too? So
because they were at the beginning, there were more schools in the south than in the north.
Ovie,
who cares? It's the Southeasterners that are the ones setting it. That's my problem. They are the ones setting the high figures.
Forefathers. That logic of a baseline is not necessarily a bad thing. Let me explain to you why it's not. Even here in the Western world, you will see when you want to go into, at least where I live, when kids write exam, they say when you apply to go into university in September of in October of every year, the portal for admissions into universities open up here in Canada. when you apply, some schools will say if you're not a 95% percentile in your grades in school, because they don't have JAM, they use your school grades. You have to post your school grade for them to see. They'll go and verify. If you're not doing within 90%, they might not give you admission. So all the people who are scoring 90% and above will get the first admissions first. Then they'll go and look at how many more do we need? What spaces do we have? Then they will throw it down and say, okay, let's take in the next maybe 75% until they fill that quota. But some schools will say, if you're not a 75% student at all, don't even come to us, we're not taking you. Some schools will come lower and say, if you're doing up to 50%, we will take you. So there is always...
Nobody should be complaining that they are cheating them in the north. Nobody should be complaining about that. I'm tired of hearing it.
To Nigeria, yes. To Nigeria, I agree.
Higher scores, their own people. They should stop complaining about it. It's not fair.
As of today, Nigeria, right? Nobody should complain, right? But when this system was in place, there's a lot. The level playing ground. There were just too much differences. So we are trying to level the playing ground. As of today, I will agree with you. Nobody should go on that route. Yes.
Let's move on, Mr. James. Quickly, you're the one who posted.
Let's move on. Let's go to the next topic, please.
Okay. All right. We're going to go. So we have a lady in our midst. I don't know if she's available. Are you there, Adama?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're going to make an exception.
She's not a robot.
She's at work. So what's your perspective? And then we move on. Because typically we want somebody on video, but because she says she's at work.
Not a robot.
I agree with what Maska said. Maska, greetings to all the panelists. To Nigeria, you need to stop that thing you're doing and saying nobody should come here and complain. Just behave yourself. Create your own path. Today I'm home. Let me come and help you. And, tell people to click on the like and share. KJ, greetings. Maska. Sanu.
Greetings, Adama. How are you?
If you're on your side, on your side today, if you like, make you choke. Nothing will happen. You are beg shift. Magda Bandewo, sir. Mr. Chris and Dewo. Mr. James and Dewo, sir. All right, I agree with what Maska said. We need to do away with the major tribes because guess what? Nothing they have done has developed or moved Nigeria forward. At the end of the day, Nigeria is still where it is. Can't you see? America is in the moon, and we are still talking about electricity, ethnicity, and religion in 2026. 2026. Now, I agree with everything Maska said. People should come out because they are competent for the position they are fighting for. And we need to know who they are, their background, because these days people can make up whoever they say they are. But in terms of what we're talking about, ethnicity has destroyed us as a person. Let's go with this platform as a whole. KJ likes creating a show about IPOB. All due respect to him, I have no problem with that. And Chim like laying a background where everybody can come and express themselves. Dr. Damages is come as you are. Forefather is insecurity, whatever. And my question to every one of them is this. Tell me what country can function without the basic necessity you need as a human being to thrive, which is what? Electricity. Nothing works in darkness. There's a reason the Bible said darkness and light don't come together. But in Africa, we're still dealing with darkness. And we expect things to move forward. So until we resolve that issue, I'm sorry to say we're not moving forward. So that's all I have to say, Chim. So I'll wait for the next subject. Thank you.
Let me just chip in and refer for the statement.
Okay, thanks.
God walked in darkness at a time. Because he said, let there be light. And there was light. He said it, he was in darkness.
Thank you, Mr. James. I like your response.
Again, the darkness referred to here.
Mr. James, I don't think it was darkness when he said that.
Don't put
Let's move.
All right. Okay. Let's move on. Chris and Mazep, well, I'll come to you guys next. But because of time, let's just move into the next one. What you can do is when you're talking, you can throw all of that in. Before we go there, let me play this video. So I don't know if we've heard that the federal government has released or is proposing to release or has voted 3.3 trillion to clear out the electricity bill owed to, I think, is it the Gencos or who? And once that is done, it's expected that we should have constant electricity now. But there's a catch. So that catch is going to be evident in the video that I'm going to play next. Just give me a second if I can.
So this will be our last submission, Abi.
Yes, this will be our last topic, and then we call it a day. Okay. All right. So here it is. Pardon me if I can manage this thing very well.
3.3 trillion naira within the whole power sector since 2015. According to the report, government already raised 5.1 billion naira already, and 15 power plants don't already signed. Now, make we do quick analysis. The company where the supply was like the power generating company, government never paid them their money since 2015. So since 2015, the money just declined up anyhow. Now government can't just say, we just pay them once and for all. So government go sign and approve the fund with 3.3 trillion naira. I know say this one will sound like progress, and then some people will be happy, yeah, no more black market and all of that. But then I think one will get more complicated. I can tell you how. Now, the power generating company of Nigeria, we government the owe money, don't come outside and say, no, the money we government they owe them will be 3.3 trillion naira. That's 6.8 trillion naira. Nine government they owe them. That is accumulative sum of 6.8 trillion naira since 2015 till date. So the power generating company CEO, Dr. Joy Ogaji, still come outside and ask, say, how you go take verify how much they owe us when you know you can confirm from us? So depending on who you ask or who they represent the government, this 3.3 trillion naira way Oga Presido don't sign. If it be breakthrough and if it be camouflage and if it be another way of their usual looting, just so you know, Nigerian they lose over 39 trillion naira every year just because of power failure. Because when lights no day, factories go shut down, machines go shut down, many establishments go shut down, and you know say no dey easy to just dey run on fuel and diesel. And to see this one in a bigger picture, it dey cause a whole lot of huge loss to us as a nation. So anyway, I just say make I let una know. Whatever you do with this information, no concern me. If you find this interesting, do well.
Okay. And then just before we go, I want us to hear this one.
Every day I buy for at least 2 liters to power my gadgets and to preserve my food.
We use solar at home, so it has not really affected me. So if anyone can have alternative source of power, I think it will be better.
A visit to the Bogene axis of the transmission line shows that the 3 collapsed towers have been reactivated, waiting to receive conductor, and will be ready to transmit from Bogene to Yenogwa transmission station.
Looking at the 3 towers, they are already up again. A lot of work, massive work has been done, and to the glory of God, the towers are only there now, erected to receive the cable.
The commissioner wants Vandal to stay off electrical installations and other public infrastructures in the state, as drastic measures would now be taken against anyone caught in such sabotaging acts.
All right, so we've now come to the one that is production based. You know, one candidate said he wanted to take Nigeria from consumption to production. From the first video we heard, the impact of epileptic power supply, the country loses 36 trillion because people are not productive, the vulcanizer can't pump your tire, factories can't produce. You know that. Let me give you guys this little analogy, and then we'll take it off from there. So from Chris to Mazio, where I'm go back up. The bar soap we used to use in Nigeria used to be as big as my cell phone. And then sometime in the 90s, it shrunk to the size of this. Then around that time, somebody I know who came from Zimbabwe brought similar type of bar soaps we had as a gift. And those bar soaps, I used to struggle to hold them with one hand. I used to hold those Zimbabwe. I didn't say from the US, Zimbabwe. Hold those bar soaps with two hands to shower. The smell, the aroma of those palm olive when I'm in the bathroom in university, I had people come from their room and say, who is that person spreading perfume? And it was palm olive made in Zimbabwe. So why I'm saying this is for us to see that a lot of production in Nigeria, you open a tom-tom and the tom-tom is not looking within the same size it should look. All of this is down to production. All of this is down to energy. Because Cadre that makes tom-tom will begin to shrink its sizes to be able to meet its production quota and to be able to, mitigate against the amount of money they spend on diesel. So, Chris, I know you joined us, you missed the first two topics, but we're now on electricity. How can Nigeria develop? Can Nigeria develop without electricity? Then you can also mix it with your ethnicity and religion if you want.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I don't know if you're hearing me. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Actually, I had wanted to speak on this the last topic, because that's the reason why I actually joined. Otherwise, I would have been listening from the background. Is the original sin. Nigeria, there's a saying in my place, a na-eji mmadụ ehi si alekwa ehi nke ọ na-aga, ya sị onye ọzọ na-asị ya lekwa ụkwụ o ji wee na-aga. So we seem not to understand where their problem lies, and if we don't understand the problem, we won't be able to know the solutions. And then all these electricity issues are just symptoms of bad governance. All right. So, yes, you cannot develop without electricity. But first of all, you have to decide whether you want to develop or not. That's the first thing you have to decide. And how do you want to develop? When Nigeria was being formed, there were three people who debated about forming Nigeria. They said, Azikiwe told them, look, let's subsume all the nationalities into one nation. Awolowo said, no, you are different from me. You stay your way, I stay my way. Osaduano of Ahmadu Bello said, no, all our differences must be well understood and respected. So in other words, they have different visions, competing visions. Unfortunately, for selfish reasons, they decided to put this country together, these nations together, without actually defining a vision for that country. So what that means is this: for all these years, every time so anytime you talk about the development in Nigeria will be going down from 1960s to 70s. People will say, oh, 60s is better than 70s. Those who lived in 70s will tell you, oh, 70s is better than 80s, and so on and so forth. Just because there is no agreement on how or what or vision, Nigeria or what is called Nigeria. So if you ask me today, nobody is a Nigerian. Nobody. Even you people, those of you who are claiming that you are Nigerians, you only use what I call documents, traveling documents. You are not Nigerians, because before you become a nation, just like you have Igbo nation, you have Yoruba nation, you have Hausa nation, you have Ibibio nation or TV nation. There are things that you have to, there are three definitions, there are four things that defines them. One, the language. Two, culture. Three, social value. And four, history. So, as it stands today, Nigeria has no culture. There's nothing you call Nigerian culture. You have Igbo culture, Yoruba culture, Hausa culture. And the reason why I'm talking about this culture is because most constitutions derive from cultural laws. Most developed constitutions derive from cultural laws. Now, if you have different cultures and you are trying to drive constitution from all these cultures, this is the reason why it has been very difficult to find a coherent constitution to govern that country, they call Nigeria, because they have different cultures, different value systems. So what will things from the Sharia north is completely, antithetical to the democratic, we usually call incompatible diversity in culture. Now, culture can be diverse because you hear people, they say, oh, there is strength in diversity. The existence of diversity does not give strength at all. The only thing that gives strength in diversity is when it is hybridized. And that was what Azikiwe asked them to do. But now, what has happened is people keep living together.
I think he's having some problem there.
Because these groups live cross-pollination because of complete contamination. The reason I'm giving this background is Nigeria. It is cultural. Okay? It is cultural. That's why we have no electricity. That is why we don't have rails. That is why we don't have maybe seaport or whatever functioning, or airport all over the places. So why is that so? The reason is because the way the Fulani man sees development is completely different from the way the Yoruba man sees development. It's completely different from the way Igbo man sees development. And so when the Yoruba man is in power.
Okay, sorry, Chris, I'm going to stop you for a second. Hold on. So now, in the course of our conversation, we evolved and we've come to the agreement that Nigeria does not start and end with the Yoruba man, the Igbo man, the Hausa man, or the Fulani man. You have the man, the Ibibio man. As a matter of, Maska has suggested that, a clause be put that none of these groups should ever, he used the word ever. And I had to ask him, are you saying for a short period or ever? He said ever. Remove them, let the other groups. Now you have mentioned that in why development is eluding Nigeria is because the way the Fulani man sees development is different from the way Yoruba man sees it, it's different from the way the Igbo man sees it. So is Nigeria's development based on the worldview of these groups only?
No, sorry, Chim. Let me just
What I'm trying to say.
Hold on, Chris. Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
a small question, Chris. I doubt if in this country today there's any Fulani man that doesn't use telephone, doesn't use car, doesn't drink better water. So I think this idea of seeing development from different perspectives, I think it's just a figment of imagine. Everybody wants the good things of life. Everybody.
No, Masker,
irrespective of where you
let's even accept that. I want to understand that mindset that the Igbo man has about what development is. Can you give me indices so that I can see how it's different?
Exactly what I'm trying to explain to you here. Okay, you see, the problem is that if you are, if you are setting up an experiment and you ask the wrong question, you get the wrong answer and the wrong data. Okay. Now, so what I'm trying to explain is that from what Maska is asking me, he says that everybody needs electricity, which I agree. But does that mean that we are one? The answer is no.
I didn't say
okay.
need.
No, the answer is no.
No, what I was, Chris, the point I was trying to make is that everybody today uses technology, uses the good things, or like nobody is riding a horse, everybody is using cars, everybody is using telephone, everybody has TV in the house, irrespective of their tribe. So I'm just simply saying that I agree with you, we are different, but our differences does not extend to the point where we see the development and technology and advancement and we say we don't want it. No, everybody wants it.
It does, and it does. That's what I'm trying to explain to you here. It does. Okay. Now let me explain to you what it means, because some of you don't. Maybe
you have about 3 minutes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I wish I have more time to explain this, but let me explain it as much as I can.
Mr. Chris,
okay,
Mr.
let's
Chris,
look
please,
at.
before you answer, Mr. Chris, please, before you answer, you got me my curiosity, and I have this question while you're going to answer, Chim, if you permit. Sir, please, if you go to any medical facility anywhere in the world, like let's not anywhere in the world, anywhere in Nigeria, do they ask you of your ethnicity before they treat you? Yes or no? I want you to answer that while you're going to say everything else. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, I
Okay.
give you your 2 minutes back.
You see, these questions, I've said it before. If you ask the wrong question, you get the wrong data. We think that is the good answer, but it's not. Now, let me explain this to you, okay? Now, what culture does, how culture, okay, affects. Say like now, the way you want to ask a question is like, if we apply hunger treatment to Igbo man, to Hausa man, to Efik man, to TV man, how would they react? Okay? But if you say, is there any man, any Igbo man or any Yoruba man that doesn't need food? The answer it will be, all of them need food. But if you ask the first question, then you will see a remarkable difference in the way they react. I give you example, education. Let's take education, for instance. Okay? We say that the North is educationally backward, while the South are educationally advanced. Why is that so?
I think if you're asking a
Now,
question,
let me tell you why it is. Let me tell you why it has something to do with the culture.
Don't answer now. You can take.
Let me tell you why it has. Let me tell you why it has something to do with the culture.
But just to point out something that just happened now.
Hold on, Maska.
Sorry, because he is talking about.
Hold on, Maska.
Hold
on now. Hold on, please. See, for time's sake, it's a hypothetical question, but I will give you time to answer it. I want him to exhaust. I want him to exhaust.
No, but Chim, I disagree with you.
Hold on,
I disagree
guys.
with
Hold
you.
Hold on. Please, I'm running the ship. Please, so it doesn't capsize. I don't want us to get to a point that we capsize. Chris, if you ask a hypothetical question, somebody is going to have to answer. But I want you to exhaust your 3 minutes. I can't continue with you because of time.
exhaust your time,
and that question you're asking, somebody will answer it down the line. Please, guys, be patient.
No. What I'm trying to say, I'm asking a question that I want to answer to them. Okay, I'm asking myself a question so that I can answer them, so that they will know why it has cultural. It has to do with the culture of the people. Okay.
No, Mr. Chris, I
And
disagree
why
with you. It has
it has to
nothing
do
to do
with
with culture.
development has to do with the culture of the people. Okay. So I want to answer it so that I can explain to you, so that you can see why the culture of the people defines how these people see developments. Okay. So let's look at education.
15 minutes at this rate. How
But
long?
he doesn't have the whole time now.
That is why, but if you guys keep interrupting him, I've given him time, and at his right time, I will cut him off, but let him finish so it doesn't look like I didn't give him time. I'm giving him time. I don't know what he's doing.
Look, Chim, listen. To me, it's no point we come here and then rant, and we go away without learning anything.
Please make your point. I want you to make your point.
That is the point I'm trying to make. So if you don't want me to talk, I just go. I'm not here to.
You're the one not using it. Talk. I've given you enough time. I've
Okay.
actually given you more time.
Yeah, but they keep on interrupting my thoughts. I want you to explain to you why. If if all of you are agreeing on one thing and I'm the different person, is you have to give me time to explain to you. Because if you don't have the time to explain to you, you will not understand.
I might have to go on to the next person because I don't have the entire time, and I have an appointment.
Okay, you can go on with another person, but all I know is that at this rate, we are not going nowhere.
My 3 minutes. Let him use my 3 minutes and explain himself.
Okay, I'm going to give you, Chris, 3 more minutes. It is 3:35. At exactly 3:38, I will stop you. Please round off on this.
Okay, look, let's take education, for instance. Education is something to do with the culture of the people. If you go to the north, every northerner has the madrasa. They send their children to madrasa schools, right? But if you ask them, why is it that they can't convert these madrasa schools into say like Western educational schools where they can learn Western education, Western type of education? They wouldn't do that, but they would send their children to madrasa schools because they want Arabic education. Now, because that is what their culture, what their culture wants, what the kind of culture they want. Now, if you come to the Igbo land, for instance, if people are going to church, they will teach them. Every church usually have what they call schools. And even if they don't, you will see the villages will rally around, build a school, and let the government know that they are building school, so that they can help them and bring teachers to that school.
Please, it's me that gave you the 3 minutes. I just want to point 2 things now that I think in your analysis you mix up, because now the example you give is not a cultural thing. You are now using religion. Because the Muslims,
religion is part of the culture. Religion is part of the culture of a people.
1 second, Chris.
And Crystal, please, Maska, before you say something, Maska, please wait. Maska,
they
please
send their
hold on.
children to Western school. So I'm just pointing out that, look, you need to. I like what you are saying. I want to hear it, but I'm just pointing out that sometimes you're jumping from the left-hand side of the road. Because religion and culture, they are diabolically opposed to each other also.
No. Culture is religion is an integral part of every culture of every society.
Hold on, please, Chim. Can I respond to what Mr. Chris? He brought religion into it.
Give me a second, and I'll give you the floor. Hold on a second. Okay, Chris, I gave you all the time on earth. I actually have given you more time than I've given anybody, but you have not been able to successfully come to your. So I'm going to have to stop you because of time. Please allow
you don't.
My my pushback for what Mr. Chris said and to support what Maska said. And I asked him the question, I said, when you go to a medical facility in Nigeria, Africa, let's broaden it. Do they ask you of your ethnicity before you get treatment? No. What they ask you is if you have to get blood, what your blood group is. But this is one thing I want to. He brought religion into it.
They
Do
ask,
you
they
know?
ask
Hold
you
on, please,
history.
sir.
They ask you
Hold on,
about
hold on.
they ask you about
Yes, they
history.
do. They do.
Do
And
they
before we
not ask
ask
you
you,
about history?
yes, before we do your history,
Why do you think they ask you about history?
Okay, sir. I'll ask you. You're speaking to a medical person, so, sir, this is
I
what
know
I
you
want
are
to
a
say
medical
before.
person, but I know that the reason they ask you about the history is to know whether it is from your lineage, something that comes from your lineage, right?
No, you're wrong, sir. You're wrong. You're making us look bad. That's what I'm trying to correct. It has nothing to do with your lineage. What I'm trying to say, sir, is this. Let's have this note. In here in the diaspora, United States, where I reside, there are some schools you cannot go. And I'm a Christian. If you're not a Catholic, I'm talking about this is a Christian religion. So it has nothing to do with whether you are, they don't care if I'm Igbo. My name is Adama. They don't care. They won't ask me, is your mom Yoruba or this thing? We need to stop this. This is what is stopping us from moving forward. This ethnicity and this religion thing has gotten us nowhere. And I don't care what you
Religion
say
is
of me.
an integral
Okay,
part
hold on.
of every
Okay, but
society culture.
sir, can I respond
Okay.
to you, please? Can I respond to you?
Okay, so Adama,
All
you
I'm
need
saying
to
to
can
you.
you land on land on it so that we move forward. Go ahead.
Okay, all I'm saying to you, sir, the example you're using as religion, and I'm responding to you as a Christian, including the Nigeria you live in. There are some school you want to go to. If you are not a Catholic, you cannot go to those schools. That's what I'm trying to say, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We need to move forward, but Chris, this is what I need to say. So, Chris, my understanding, and maybe other people on this platform, I'm trying to use that medical example that was injected into it. When you go to the hospital and they're taking your vitals, nobody's going to ask you if you're from, if you're a black, a white, or whatever. They look at your history. Your history, medical history has nothing to do. Yes, some medical history might refer to your ethnicity. I get it. To see if it is something common within that ethnicity. I get it. However, the basic thing is not to know whether you're black, white, or green. You just want to know your history. Is this thing common in your family or whatever? And by the way, remember, Chris, hold on. By the way, don't forget, because if we bring in that perspective, what about people who are multi-marriage products? Let me put it that way. Maybe your father is Yoruba and your mother is, another. How? So are you saying the genes won't play a factor in this?
There's something we don't seem to understand. We don't seem to understand. The French, the English, the Germans, they intermarry, but that doesn't make them one.
Okay, you know what? I will give
you.
Listen.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that every society have their own culture.
Chris.
Every society have their own culture, and this was debated by 3 people.
I have to move
Hey,
forward,
sir, okay, please. No.
I have to put my foot down right now. We have to move forward. You guys are taking us back from where we're coming from. I gave Chris the opportunity. He was supposed to be talking about electricity and power, but I gave him the chance because he came in late to mix it. So the fact remains, this is a broadcast. We have to move forward. Unfortunately, I have to. So I'm coming to, who was the next person supposed to speak? I think it was Mazi. Mazi, please go ahead. I'm sorry, guys, but I just have to move forward.
Yeah, Maska, you said that 3 governors, non-indigenous, have governed Kano. I think it was only one person from Kanuri. I think Sabo, something like that. Bakinzo was the only person from his Kanuri.
Mazi, you from, not only that you are from the east, You have run away from the country. Me that is sitting here from Kano, you want to sit this Monday afternoon and argue with me.
Malam, I lived excuse me, I lived in Brenin Kudu, Sabon Gwaram, Sohon Gwaram, Hadija. Are you telling
Listen,
Kano?
so let me put it to you. All these places you mentioned, even just to put you in your place, these are Jigawa states.
I said before, that was now. But when I lived there, it was Kano.
Are we not talking now?
Yeah.
You are now bringing Jigawa. Look, Mazi, let me tell you, I agree with you. Sabo Bakinzo, yes, he's not from Kano. Shekara, go and look at his face. He has mark. He's called Babur. He's not from Kano also. So let's just leave it at there. I'm not going to push the...
Okay,
because it's
okay,
not
fine.
even good that we're...
Because
look, this is not an argument point.
It's okay.
I'm not really happy that somebody not from Kano would be the governor. But I'm also very happy as a Nigerian that we are making progress, that we know. And it's not that these people in Kano didn't know that these people are not from Kano. We know.
Okay.
But Kano is a bit more, and I think I'm just simply joking, actually.
No, Kano is
political, is more political mature than Nigeria itself. That counts. So they could come a long way.
Mazi, before you guys go on, the day Kelechi becomes the governor of Kano, then at that point I will agree with you. Right now, everything people are saying is entering one ear and coming out until Kelechi
what we are saying is that already the road and the ground has been watered for Kelechi to come and be governor. That's what we are saying.
Okay.
In line with what forefathers said, things have to be gradual. You can't start having Kelechi day one to be governor. You have to have Bakin's and then gradually you have Kelechi. It will happen, trust me.
Bakin's, that was okay, fine. Because I know that he was the governor, but I know he was a Kanuri. So you know, when we talk about this ethnicity and really, it plays a lot of a very huge role in every society. We should not run away from it. I know it's a difficult conversation. It is emotional or sentimental, or sometimes it gets into people's nerves. But it's something that is keeping us down in Nigeria, because from ab initio it was not discussed from day one, and that was the mistake of our leaders, the so-called founding father. They didn't discuss it. That's why we're having a problem today. Ethnicity, it matters a lot in every society, even in this Western world we live in, mostly in Europe, because America is kind of all ethnicity made up of America, and we're talking about Europe mainland, this place we live here. Ethnicity, religion plays a lot of role, in election here in Germany. Do you know that since German history, it was last 2 weeks or 3 weeks that a German of Turkish extraction was elected the governor of Baden-Württemberg. That is Stuttgart. The first time, even though this guy, his parents came here, he was born here, he's the first Turkish person to be elected. It's because of his called ethnicity and religion. So it plays a lot of role even in Western world. Let us not brush it out. Do you know why the European why they don't want to bring EU, Turkey into EU? Because of the religion and their culture and their language. That is not the language, but the culture and religion. It has nothing to do with the language, but the culture and religion. So we should not push it aside and say it doesn't matter. It matters in any society. Now we talk about electricity. Holland is 18,000, let's say 18,000, sorry, 18,400,000, let's say 19 million people. But they have 23,000 megawatts. People of 18 million. They want to, by 2030, they want to make it 55,000 megawatts. And then come to Nigeria that we don't know exactly how many we are. Some people call us 220 million, some say 200 million, some say 250. a country in 21st century. We can't say exactly. Okay, not say at least. We can say we are 200 million. They look at the differences. Some quote us 250, some quote us 200, some quote us 220. Look at the differences: 10 million, 20 million. So that is the problem. As long as we cannot get ourselves together, know exactly how many we are, how are we going to make this thing work? It's not going. We're not going to get any electricity in another 30 years. Whereby you see somebody like the current minister today, energy minister, right, or power minister. The man is, I think I read that he's a lawyer, but this guy is in charge of electricity, energy in Nigeria. A lawyer that has no idea, no clue of to how to do these things. So he was given this thing because of patronage, maybe because of tribal sentiment or something like that, or political sentiment, political patronage. That is where we are today in Nigeria, whereby 200 and something million people are managing only 250 million, 220 million, are managing only 5,000 or 3,000 megawatts. And we have universities of technologies everywhere. Every year we produce, graduates of, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering everywhere. You go to Nigeria, you have how many university of technologies? How many? But none of these people can sit down together and, put head together and give us solution to this problem. In Nigeria is the place whereby in a village, my village, we provide electricity for ourselves, borehole, everything for us in our village. Because the village we are talking about now, I don't think left for the government, maybe in another 100 years, we won't even get electricity. And so we decided to, instead of making it let individual person get your electricity, individually, we try to say, okay, let it make it combine it and make it collectively. So the problem is the society is rotting. The people who are who are ruling us, because they are not leaders, they don't have any clue. They don't have clue of anything. What can you say that is working today in Nigeria? Is there any sector that is working? We are talking about, and as long as electricity is not working, as long as this country has no electricity, we are going to, things are going to get more worse and worse, because there's no way life is light. Without light, there's no life. So
all right.
I don't.
Okay, Chima, I'm sorry. I have a pushback for what Mr. Maziokbara just said. Mr. Maziokbara, you said where you come from, that you provide everything you need in Nigeria. So let me ask you, if you provide everything you need, does that make it normal? You reside in a place in the diaspora where the government provide what you need. So why? Oh, hold on, sir. Understand my question before you respond. Just because your community is able to afford the electricity you guys need, the transformers and everything you need to power yourself to function daily, schools and everything, how are we normalizing something that is not normal? That's all my question.
You didn't understand what I'm saying. What I said, Adam. I said because the society is rotting. That is why myself and my friends, could gather together and provide electricity that's supposed to be provided by the government. Didn't you listen to me? It is not. It is abnormal. Why should I provide electricity for myself and for the villagers, and the borehole? Listen to what I said.
No, Mazi, we get you. That's fine. I understand what you're saying. So maybe she didn't hear that part of it.
She didn't hear. So finally, because I have to log on. What I'm trying to say that electricity, as long as if they can get electricity, if they can get it right, if they can provide electricity for Nigerians or to Nigerians, not everything, but things will work better. At least it will reduce unemployment drastically, because they need whatever you do in Nigeria, even anywhere in the world, you need electricity. As long as Nigeria is on 3,500 megawatts, while Holland with 19 million are with almost 25,000 megawatts. hoping to get in another 5 years or 4 years, hoping to get be 55,000 megawatts. That means we have not started discussing our problem. Nigeria has not started discussing its problem. We are far away from civilization. That's why I say Black people, we have a problem. No matter how educated we are, no matter we claim to be the most intelligent people in the whole world, we are not. We are just overrated people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Maze. We've heard you. I share your sentiments on power generation. The only thing is, I'm going to couch this for the next person. You've heard him. Mazi says, until electricity is gotten, Nigeria cannot develop. Now, when Wole Soyinka wrote the Brother Jero's play, but it was Brother Jero, and then he wrote, I'm not sure which one came before. There was Brother Jero, and there was Jero's Metamorphosis. Around the time he wrote those novels, Nigeria had a constant, at least near constant power and electricity. But people were still spending their time to go to Babbage to go and be praying to something I don't know. And it didn't help for productivity. So I think, where's Ike? Where's Mr. Ike? Okay, Mr. Ike, I'm coming to you because I want those who have not spoken at all before I come to the big fishes on top. Mr. Ike, Nigeria does not have power supply. People have said that, Rudolph said here earlier before you came, that the moment we power Nigeria with electricity, all the witches will die. That was a hypothetics to say that some of the things, the fetish things people believe in, will start, giving way. I have a perspective that a lot of people who go to church to pray during productive hours do those things because they don't have anything to do. The vulcanizer is going to pray for electricity to come so that he can pump your tire. The mechanic is going to pray because he doesn't have electricity to be able to do his job. The woman who has what we call supermarket and the fishes are spoiled and she's throwing them away and no milk will not have time, because when customers are coming to your store, then you'll be more productive and you don't have time for some of these other religiosities, as I call them. Do you agree that part of why we have low productivity in Nigeria is because of electricity? How can we resolve it?
Hello, everybody. Chima, I disagree with you that the reason people go to church is they go and pray for electricity. No. Existence of Christianity has been there before the issue of electricity. So people, we all living in a country where when they bring light, people will be rejoicing like we win a World Cup, So I think it's because the system is rotten. I've not seen any honest person who is praying for electricity to come. How will electricity come by prayer? If people are paying the electricity bill in Nigeria without having electricity, right? For example, I was talking to my sister yesterday. For over 2-3 weeks, they don't have light, but they are paying electricity bill. Has it anything to do with prayer? We know what the problem is. If Nigeria is powered, like as you said, if Nigeria is powered, a lot of people will get more busy because what we live in a country where it is, I pass my neighbor. Generator now in Nigeria is I pass my neighbor. So it's a situation whereby those who are high and mighty, they don't care whether we have electricity or we don't have electricity because they can afford to buy the big listers and power whatever they have. So I think that is the rotten system of government that is our problem. And I believe sincerely that if Nigeria is powered, productivity in Nigeria will be topmost because, like as you said, every vulcanizer, every small. We live in the developed world. It is the small micro industries that power every nation. People like that vulcanizer, you say, because if there is electricity, probably he will get more customers. Probably he will employ more than 2 or 3 people. The same thing with mechanic, who is a roadside mechanic, who doesn't have electricity. So it affects every day of our lives. But until the system is uprooted. I was listening to the Minister of Power who resigned last week. He was talking to his political groups that even if he stop taking appointment in any public appointment, that he will never be poor for the rest of his life. He has made a lot of money for himself. That is a minister who just resigned. He's talking to people in public. And such people are people who are supposed by now, they're supposed to have begin to ask questions about his wealth. But that is what it is. He was a minister. What did he achieve? He was saying people to off their fridge. Don't turn your fridge on. Don't put your fan on. Put the air conditioner only when you want to sleep. Nigerians are ready to pay for their air condition, but they don't have the light. Do you have right to tell anybody how to use his phone or how to use his fridge? Provide electricity. If they cannot pay, that's another thing. So everybody know, all of us that are talking here, we all know what the importance of electricity is wherever we live. Where I live here, if there is any maintenance, anything that has to do with water, electricity, before that time, 1 week before the time, they will put notice on your mailbox to let you know that by tomorrow or next tomorrow there's going to be maintenance and light is going to go away for 4 hours. And they tell you it's going to come back by 4 o'clock. Immediately it's 3:58. You see light come back. So, I mean, it's sad that sometimes we come here, we continue to make unnecessary argument about the truth. Everybody know what is the problem. If Nigeria has electricity, if Nigeria electricity is working, there is not going to be any idle person in Nigeria because the world is moving forward. The world has advanced. The woman who is frying akara would like to use electricity to power whatever machine that she's using to fry akara. Who want to stay in a burning coal? Because there is no electricity. People who fry akara will continue to use the firewood to fry the akara. But if there is, if there is possibility of electricity and there is an engine, there is a machine that they can grind the beans and everything, why not?
Mr. Ike, sorry, hold on. Are you very certain about that? Just hear me out before you respond. Are you very certain about that if we have electricity, that there will be nobody using firewood to fry akara? Are you very certain about that?
Probably not really, because for me personally, for me as a human being, never mind I be Obodo, but I prefer food cooked by firewood. Okay. When I was in Nigeria, okay. They leave stove, I leave everything. If I go home to the village, I ask my mother cook for me with firewood, right? So, but what I'm trying to say, at least it will reduce the level of people who are using the firewood. It will reduce it a lot, because if that person is somebody who has a lot of customers, it will even create more customers. So I think that the electricity is very, very important in everything that we do every day in our life. So it's not something that we have to argue.
All right, sir.
It's not about maladministration and bad governance that we find ourselves where we are.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. So, Maska, I'm going to come to you, then go back up before I come to Oti, please. So, Maska, I was in a function somewhere, and someone said that that if your late grandfather, who died, let's say 20 or 30 years ago, is revived and he's able to find his farmland and locate his house that your city has not developed. I'm throwing that in with respect to development, and then, this electricity we're talking about. Do you think that part of our lack of development is a mind thing, or is it purely an infrastructural thing? And then as we're talking about electricity, is it an infrastructural thing, all down to infrastructure? Or is there somewhere that there's some mindset issue involved in it?
You are sounding like Chris now. But anyway.
My mindset, I'm not talking about religion. I'm just a general mindset.
No, no. Well, that's it. Like, I would answer you straight. There's no mindset that will not want electricity. No mindset. Of course, obviously, there are some people who, and out of 10 million, there will be 3 of them who would just be different. They are not really crazy, but they are different. You won't just understand them. And I'm sure we are not talking about these people. I'm saying every normal person will want electricity. Every normal person.
Are you
So
sure
that's
about
my
that?
answer.
Can I
No, I'm
throw
just,
this in? Let me throw this in and then you continue. Sorry to cut you short.
no, no, it's
When you
fine.
said, because when I said mindset, you haven't understood my mindset. So
Okay.
there is a turnaround maintenance that should be done at a specific period so that the grid will continue to perform at optimal level. We get to the point where that grid is supposed to be worked on. Somebody doesn't do it because they want to use the money to go and do something else, and then the grid fails 2, 3, 5 years down the line and it's irrecoverable. Is that not a mindset?
Okay, so that is where I agree with Chris also. Okay, it's how you are looking at the issue. You are not looking at the user end. Everybody wants, even the man who would collapse grid in his house, if you go, he will find a way of putting some electricity there. Even the man that will collapse the grid. In Aso Rock, there's already solar system, isn't it? Okay, so I'm saying from a user perspective, everybody in this century will use electricity. Now, what you are looking at is not the user end of things. You're looking at how, where, and this is what forefathers was saying. Because that individual, or let me put it this way, I've said it before on this platform. See, there is certain level of thinking that you do at an individual level that is okay and is correct. But at a collective level, there are certain things that it's correct at an individual level, but it is completely the opposite at a collective level. For you to think of yourself alone when you're part of a collective, that would be absolutely wrong. Take it from any angle. If you are looking at a football team, if you collect the ball in a football team and you want to be the only one dribbling everybody, let's even a good example, you are the goalkeeper. They pass the ball, for instead of passing the ball and staying in the goalpost, you carry the ball and want to run. You know that you're going to create a problem for your team, right? So that's all. I think that's the problem. It's not about electricity now. It's now about the collective intelligence that forefathers was talking about. We need, as a people, to begin to make this distinction as individuals, yes, but also to know that this thinking should be a collective thinking. That, I think, honestly, I think we should even start talking about collective intelligence as a field of discipline now, in knowledge terms and in psychology, because it's beginning to be very increasingly clear to me that this is where we are very lucky. We lack the capacity to have this collective intelligence, to start, how intelligent are you to think in terms of the collective? Black man is always thinking individualistic. If he goes far, he goes to his tribe. Everybody will talk about his tribe as if you leave him with the tribe, they can thrive. No, there has to be some collective intelligence. There has to be some collective intelligence. And I think the problem is not to do what you're pointing out, is not electricity need or mindset about electricity, is the collective intelligence that forefathers was talking about, where we are lacking. And it cuts across everywhere. If you are driving, somebody will drive against the one way, not understanding that, okay, if you block that road yourself, now if somebody is coming, the whole place will go into a jam lock. There's a roundabout, traffic light in this Abuja. At 5 o'clock, if you go there, you will weep, shame. We black people, the place will clog up. Everybody will sit in his car, and the whole place will clog up. These are not illiterate.
Okay, so Maska, in a traffic light, don't you need electricity for the traffic light to work?
Even I'm telling you that there's electricity, but people will flaunt it.
Well,
yeah, I will take that. See, in fact,
sometimes in the traffic,
I will take that video one day. I will make out time. I take the video. The traffic is working, and you see that the traffic has jammed in that traffic light.
So you have come back to that my mindset issue that I was talking about.
Okay, see, if you don't mind, I'll just comment and leave.
Sometimes you may need electricity from traffic light.
I've agreed with you that you call it mindset, but me, I will call it collective intelligence, like forefather said. But
I disagree with you. You cannot. No, Mask, I disagree with you. You cannot refer to what Tunaja said at collective what? What intelligence does Tunaja have? Please. Sorry, sir. Go ahead, sir.
No, look, you disagree with me. I agree with your disagreement, but I've said what I've said.
Okay, hold on.
Can I just
AJ, go ahead and say what you want to say. Let's move on.
Thank you so much. I thought I would have spoken earlier, but it's like you understand, but it's okay. I appreciate Dr. Dama for realizing that I present the Biafran or IPOB ideas here. I like that. I also I thought I also have presented both the North, the Middle Belt, and other interests here. So to they don't shave a man's head in his absence. So I think I will speak for myself. Yes, I present IPOB, Biafra, anything that has to do progressive ideas. And that's not the only thing I presented. I presented also other views. Having said that, I'm going to go straight to the topic, which is the electricity. That figure that is being bantered right now, it's the second time it's being talked about in the Nigerian forum. The last one was last year. The same figure was quoted by the same man, the same bio-analoga that had been released and signed, and nothing was ever done. So let's not take it. These are just politics at the very mundane level, because you couldn't have quoted 3 point something trillion, which people supposed to have paid to the discos on the 2024, and now they're still talking about it again, the same 3.3 this thing. So these are just recycle this thing to keep the political news cycle circulating and giving people a false hope, which is never there in the first place. All this is aimed at the coming of the political season, and so they are trying to now again deceive Nigerians to think that something is being done about electricity. Nothing is being done about electricity, and nothing is going to be done about electricity, because those who are importing the generators are business and political leaders in the same country who will not allow the Nigeria to get electricity. If the president was serious about getting electricity, I don't think he will have removed Aso Villa from the national grid and put it on solar, which means that whether people have light or not is not his business. So the idea of getting electricity in Nigeria, I'm afraid to say, it has become like the Proverbian tortoise who has his stories, always telling the stories and giving himself victory at every point in time of how he overcome the people. It's not going to change. It didn't start now. It was better before when we were younger people, children, but now it has gone worse. And it's going to keep going down and down, because we're not a true people. We're not a people who are serious with developing our nation. We are more concerned about stealing money from our nation and using that same money to put in other nations to develop their economy. I don't think, and I repeat myself, except Nigerian electricity distribution is broken into states, into every state country, get your electricity, and some kind of a national grid is kept so that whatever is generated outside of your state you cannot use, you donate to the national grid. Until we come to that level, nothing is going to happen. It's not going to change. I heard the Abia State governor saying that he wants to make sure that before the end of his term, Abia will be totally on his own when it has to do with electricity. Until such wide moves are made and implemented, not just discussed, not just bantered around as a news cycle, nothing is going to happen. And I don't think any serious country will not think of generating electricity, because what really happens without electricity? What really happens, really? What? Okay? And so if we are talking of industries, all the industries we know when we are growing up have all gone. Bata, Leventis, Dunlop, Michelin, Steer, Volkswagen, Peugeot, have they not all gone? The textile industries in Kano, are they not all closed down? How many of them are functioning? Because you can't run a country, your company on generating plants. It will be too expensive. And so that is the situation Nigeria is facing. And rather than we face these issues and sort it once and for all, we keep moving the goalposts. Before APC came into government, he said PDP spent 16 years and with 16,000, is it 16 million now, $16,000, $16 million, and could not do anything. It's only 4 years before APC will complete their own 16 years. Just 4 years. And they've not done anything either. And they came on the fact that if we cannot give you electricity, don't vote us. But you're almost completing that. And now you people are already setting the Nigerian people up for another 4 to think that you are doing something about electricity, whereas you are doing nothing about it. And that's where we are. We sell a lie to ourselves. We tell ourselves the lies. We form groups and to continue to banter that lie across. And at the end of the day, we don't realize that all of us are going to be affected at the end of the day. It doesn't matter whether you're APC or PDP or whatever you are. At the end, you need electricity. And so if we keep lying to ourselves, I wonder who is going to solve our problem. It's not there's not going to be any there's a saying in theater where you bring in the guy who comes to resolve it, drop from heaven and come and solve the problem and go back to heaven. It's not going to happen. That edge maintainer, I think that's what they call it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And so that's the truth. That's the reality of our situation where we are right now. That's it. It's just short.
Thank you very much, KJ, for that. I appreciate that. So forefathers, you're next before I come to Ososo or OVA before, and then diaspora and OT again. Please.
Oh, I thought they were okay. Regarding electricity, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow. Our electrical problem, from what I can see, is something that can be dealt with since we already have power lines and we have what they call it, transformers and all the rest, because we get power, don't we, in our houses. So you find I find it strange that we cannot build mobile power plants to supply, let's say, an area in Abuja constant power. All you need is fuel to power the mobile power plant instead of people running generators like mad people everywhere. So, because when I check the price of mobile power plant that can supply almost 100,000 homes, they are talking about 20 million or 30 million or so. It's not that much. And they can deploy them very quickly. But you don't see Nigerians using it. Nigerians never talk about it. It's as if it doesn't exist out there. Because that's what large institutions use to power industrial areas or remote areas where they want to do work. They'll just put the mobile power plant there to power. That's why you see all those small facilities in nowhere, but they have a lot of power because they can use their mobile power plants to do that. But Nigerians don't pretend as if it doesn't exist. I don't know whether because they think they don't have gas to power it, but Nigeria has a lot of gas. We have a lot of petroleum products in Nigeria, but they don't do it. It tells you that something is seriously wrong with the way Nigeria operates. You can see that the calling tree is not intelligent, isn't it? It's not operating intelligently. We are not doing common sense things that are just so obvious. You can just copy and paste and you see it to work. One of the things I noticed in Nigeria too, that is, in a way, if you want to work from where we are right now to build up, you can phase out all these small generators in areas like we phase out Okadas. Phase them out in some areas where it's not needed, like marketplaces, public places, so that you start having more, centralized power generation while you are fixing the main end in terms of the national grid or state grids, whatever you want to call it. And if you have the resources, you get this in a mobile power plant. You power towns. You can power capitals for 24 hours. 24/7. This is 365 days a year with mobile power plants. But nobody seems to care about that. Maybe because they fear that the people cannot afford it. But that is the whole point. If you cannot afford it, you don't get it. If you can afford it, you get it. Then later on, the price will collapse and you start kind of distributing to other people. If I was the government, I'll make the resources available. What in other words, loan guarantees, and let people know that okay, if you want to use it or states want to use it, you give them the incentive to get it, so that they can be able to power the states. But that said, clearly we know that Nigeria doesn't generate a lot of power. Look at Iran that is under sanction for over 40 years, generating 70 gigawatts of electricity, while Nigeria can barely make do of 5. That is that intelligence, that is that intelligence showing up there again. Because it's not about individual brilliance, it's about how you people use your collective will to achieve positive outcomes. And when I look at Nigeria, if you look at the way we operate, in a way, collective intelligence is a mark of our culture, isn't it? Culture is not inconsequential, because culture has implications in real life. If you have a culture that leads to decay of your system over and over again, that doesn't prioritize security of anything, that doesn't prioritize innovation, that doesn't prioritize achieving efficiency, what do you get? A decay. You get the kind of decay that you are seeing in Nigeria. We have to start appreciating things that offers efficiency, appreciate intelligence, because this is another thing we do here. I remember when some people we keep insulting me for using ChatGPT. It's like, what is that? That is anti-intelligence culture, and as some of it, I see that in the West sometimes, whereby
Please
people
stop
are
it. Stop it.
scientists.
You overuse it. Don't even reference that, please.
I agree with you, Adama. Forefathers, you should stop using
Mind your business.
ChatGPT. It's not basis of intelligence.
So we have this anti-intellectual culture whereby if somebody knows something, he starts using that to insult them. And I see that sometimes in the West, where if somebody is intelligent and technically sound, they'll call them geeks. They'll say they are not cool. While in China, they are promoting those people. Guess what is going on now? China's overtaking them in innovation. So if you have a culture that it kind of undermines the brains in your society, don't be surprised you get rubbish for a country. And this is something we have to truly start appreciating, because when somebody has brains, it's not just nothing. That person, it means that person is more in touch with the reality of the world. That's what intelligence is. If you are able to interpret the realities of this world and use it for your own good, that is what it is, basically. Okay. And if you have that in your society, why would you want to destroy them? You want to grope in the dark and keep destroying things all over the place and become the laughing stock of the world like we are today. So electricity is important for our country, and there's a lot of common sense that can list 1,000 ways we can solve the problem. But until we start using common sense to solve things, first you have to stop people from stealing this thing. You saw the video that was played, because that video, it reminded me of where I just went to. And I can tell you, say whatever you like. I saw some progress in Port Harcourt and Bayelsa, which is one of those areas we'd like to talk that there's something going on there. I saw they're actually being built. I don't know about the power station, but you can see the towers, and they are saying people should not come and steal it. How can you use words to say people should not come and steal it? You have to protect it, because they will come they will obviously come and steal it. That's what they're going to do. You protect it, and you're able to chase them down and hunt them down to make sure that they don't do such a thing again. They will steal it again, and then we're back to square one again. So these are the kind of things we have to start doing to ensure any progress we make is sustainable. Not you go forward tomorrow, somebody steals it, and some other person is given a contract again. It just goes round and round and round. Nobody needs that.
I agree with you. I agree with you, forefathers. Oti, I'm going to come to you. You've been here for quite a while. Can you hear us, Oti? Can you hear? Oti, can you hear? Oti, can you hear? Okay. Oti, can you hear? Oti.
UK is
Oti need to get on his mandate.
Can you hear
Oti? You need to be on the mandate network.
Can you hear me?
Oti,
hello?
Oti, you are a city boy. You need to join the mandate.
So Oti, I want to bring you into the conversation. Nigeria's government is trying to pay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Oti. Can you hear? Can you hear? Say yes. All right. support diaspora. I'm going to have to come to you. So the federal government says they want to clear out the debt they owe Gencos, 3.3 trillion. We know that without electricity, no nation can develop. So my question to you is this. You heard what forefathers said, and people say it here all the time. Iran is fighting a war, but there is still electricity. How is Iran able to, with sanctions, generate the amount of megawatts they generate? And how are they able to be in a state of war and they still have electricity? How is Ukraine able to be in a state of war and they have electricity? Why is Nigeria, that is not in that kind of war situation, at least Boko Haram is not going around knocking down electric poles? Why are we not able to generate electricity for our productive needs? And how can we solve it?
Diaspora vote, you're muted. We can't hear you.
These two people that is in London, they're having Nigerian problem, Nigerian electricity connection problem.
Yes. I can hear,
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
I can hear you guys now. So, except maybe it's delayed. I don't know. Probably it's delayed or something.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I can hear you guys clearly. Anyway, look, when it comes to developing a nation, yeah. Who was that? I think I was telling forefathers or something the other day. Like, look, when the people that even built this world, most of them are skilled workers, and today probably you find all of them, they are all Freemasons. And the word Freemason, they are Masons, they are all Masons, and they have handwork skills. That's how they be able to like develop and build. And I think, and also, even if you don't have that handwork or skills, it's good you also have the mindset to build, to develop. Now what I'm saying is, like, I remember some time ago when I went to Portugal. I went to Portugal, and for Portugal I was going to Lagos in Portugal. I don't know if many people know, there's a place called Lagos in Portugal. Yeah, so I was going to Lagos, and another thing, like, even the word Lagos is a Portuguese word. The Lagos we have today in Lagos is from Portugal, Portuguese word. So I was going to Lagos in Portugal. And on my way driving there, because I do rented the car to self-drive, I saw a large piece of land, solar farm. My brother, if you see land, if you see solar, as the whole place was black, I was like, which kind structure be done black? Until I drove closer, I saw that it was solar. As a massive acres of land, solar. These people are not really, I don't know if they're lacking generation or whatever, but at least they have means of generating power. Today, if you take your phone, Google how to generate power, you have different ways of generating power there. So it now depends on the capacity that you want to generate. That's where you start going maybe to physics or engineering terms or whatever. But how to generate power, they are there on the internet. Simple ways of generating small battery-like power, they are there. So why Nigerians why we don't have light? It's just because nobody wants to do it. We have the capacity to do it. The capacity is there to do it, but nobody wants to. For whatever reason, maybe gains of, like the Masker said, political reasons, supplying of generator, list the diesel generator or this and that, whatever reason, maybe. But the will is not there intentionally, not maybe not knowing it. The intentional will to do it is not there for future gains or whatever. What have you not? That's it. That's just the simple reason. Because I see no reason why. And when you said war, people have war in Ukraine, I know it's not a part of Ukraine that has the war. That's why I said there's really no. Ukraine has partial war. When the war restarted in the Ukraine, when the Zelensky was crying up and down, there were videos coming out from a place where people were clubbing the beach, going to beach, doing their party, whatever. So I don't think it's everywhere in Ukraine, but hence, power failure is not something that is that you easily experience. Why? Because in physics electricity is not connected in series. They are connected in parallels. So that in case any junction or any whatever is shut down, you understand, it only few places that are connected to that grid or to that parallel connection, you understand, that is affected. light still remains in the whole place. But in Nigeria, whereby something will just happen, that would not be a reason. Yeah, but imagine in Nigeria, rain level start to fall, turn that your strike, never your take light. Which grid for? Which grid for? Turn that your strike, never your take light. Even breeze they blow, never your take light. You understand? They will tell us, okay, now so pull fall from that street, and so pull from that street. So I think it's just the willingness not just to put us where we are, so that people will gain. Just like in insecurity, people are making billions of naira from insecurity. So those people will not allow security to happen. So this is intentional. You get my point? And talking about when it comes like people progress when there's electricity, yes, people will progress, because trust me, you see this brain has a way of bringing ideas, of getting thoughts that can become fruition if there's just something like light. Aki was talking about akara frying, was it akara frying, whatever, you understand? You never can tell. Anybody can come up with anything, just like even baking. You understand? People used to use firewood to bake. Now they're now using oven. You understand? Which is because there was constant electricity. Somebody was able to sit down and why not do this stuff? So by the time you see that when there's electricity in the country, people will be having ideas. You understand? Those ideas are already exist. People will expand on it. You understand? The ones that are unthinkable, people will manifest it. They're like, oh, it's possible to do this thing and do that thing, and it will work. You understand? And I guess if there was even constant electricity in Nigeria, maybe the monorail that was there in Port Harcourt, they would have converted it to electrical, what is light rail, the one in Port Harcourt, converted to electric, and it's working. You know, so this idea of electricity and people in Nigeria, look, the simple truth is, it is intentional to keep us in where we are when it comes to electricity. Nothing more, nothing less. You get my point? So electricity matter, there's no need. Even if you try and okay, was it not what's it called? Akon, the American artist from Senegal, Akon, he partnered with China to try and electrify Senegal. You understand? They gave him a ridiculous amount of bill. You saw the interview, amount of bill. And the president said they did not think he would pull it off. And he went to China to go and give a proposal. And China was able to pull out the funds. And he went back to the president. Okay, now the funds is here. Okay, how do we start? And the president looked left, looked right, and called him to a corner. Oh, bro. Well, I don't know. I thought that money that I gave to you, you will not be able to pull it off. I just told you that amount to push you your way. That is impossible. I never knew you come off it. My brother, don't worry. Generating light in Africa is not a problem. It is intentional for us to keep us in darkness or come where we are. So he now used one whatever and dismiss Akon, and that's why Akon left. That's why tomorrow they don't have whatever light they want to have in Senegal. So when it comes to African lighting up Africa, look, my brother, it's intentional. It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake.
Sorry, diaspora local. That story was a true life story.
He said it. Yeah, the interview. Check it. Akon talking about having light in Senegal. Check it. It's there on the internet. Akon.
Okay.
He said interview is there. Like he went to China to pull out the funds, and the president called him to like, no, like I told you that ridiculous amount.
That must have been the former President Maki.
I'll check when he did that interview.
Cannot be this current young guy.
No, but what Local P is saying is true.
No,
This young guy,
is recent,
and he's doing it with or without the government. What Local P is saying is so true.
Truth. He said in the interview, but he said Google it, you see it, it's there. You know, so it's like I said, it's intentional because like it's not rocket science. Check your phone. Even if you're not a physician, for at least everybody that has gone that this physics will definitely know what I'm talking is true. Honorary bicycle, those days, those white our forefathers used to go to farm. There's a bulb there. What power is it? No battery. It's called dynamo. Once you put a motor and you rotate that motor, it will generate electricity. That small device is attached to the back tire of a bicycle those days. Once you are powering the bicycle, it will be bringing light, headlight. That's what our forefathers, the kind of headlights that are using our bicycle, to go to the farm. That is come from dynamo. Physics easy. You can do and another thing too. And by peradventure, the experience I had with working in Port Harcourt, Indorama, there's 2 power plants there. 2. They don't use it. 2 power plants that can power Bayelsa and Rivers without blinking lights. It's inside Indorama. I think they'll say there's one in the Port Harcourt refinery, but I don't know how. But the one I went for to study.
Okay, so Local P, my question for you is that with everything you are saying, why do you think we are not doing it? What will you say is holding us, people, from doing what the person you name, and I agree with everything you said about him, is doing? Why are our people not doing it? Why would you say?
first thing first, one, look, is they say, is it Mussolini or Mussolini? Yeah, or Hitler. Like when you tell a lie over and over and over and over, it gets to a point, it becomes the truth. So that's how psychology works. In psychology, when you have a behavioral pattern of doing things, at the point of time, it becomes a norm, like it's normal. Like it becomes, yes, that is how our father used to do it. But because you surround yourself with this lie for long, build your walls around this lie, and you are living in it, that's psychological. You're a doctor now, psychological, you become part of it. You begin to manifest it. Now, in that same diorama, I remember when they first came, they said they are going to it was 3 communities: Akpajo, LMM, and Obibo in Port Harcourt. Those 3 places, they said, I think they are in the Roma, as it is taking part of that 3 of their lands. You understand, Akpajo community, whatever. So they said they're going to Elele1, something like that. So when they came, they said they will power that community, those 3 places, where the 247 electricity, the whole roads, build them nursery, primary, and secondary, and they're going to make it free of charge for those people. That was the proposal when they were coming, and everybody was jubilating. Now, brother, guess what happened after the meeting left there? Chiefs, so-called the manager boys of those bastard you left, chiefs went to negotiate with them. We know our problem. Give us the money. We know our problem. This and that. And they started threatening, this violence element, threatening, oh, this is our land, our land, our land, this and that. And trust India man. When India man, we know one problem. Okay, no problem. You take your money, and okay, will you give us money? Okay, and you keep part of the money, and that money you'll be paying all our community people, as in there will be entitlement to work, and a certain amount you be paid to us, as in like to assist the people or the community youth or whatever. And they agreed. You understand? And they gave them the money, and they give them stipends. Each people give them stipends, and they gave them the money. Many of them took the money, went straight to Abuja to build house. Till tomorrow, darkness, bad road, no school, no nothing in that 3 communities in Port Harcourt till today. You understand? So when the people decide to like, okay, give us money, what to do, it's a people thing. It's a people thing. Let me give you an example. This little thing that happened with VDM and that girl in what's it called, Aoda. It's almost the same thing. That girl that called that local government chairman, you saw the king came up with the place, was blaming the girl. Blaming the girl, not even thinking like, Oga, not be lie. You said you were the one who brought the school to that place, and you are still the king. The school be like that. A girl complained. You are even chastising the girl in public, like you are. So that mentality, imagine that is a small community. They talk about a larger community. Okay. It's just about they believe it like that for years. It's not part of them, and they don't even know. They don't know.
All right, Lokopi, let's move on. Also, I want to bring you in before I bring Dexter. So you've heard what everybody has been saying on electricity and all that. Why are we not able to generate electricity? The place where you day, power not a break unless there is a major challenge. Maybe there is a tornado.
I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. So please, just use file. And I told you that in the Rama, yeah, we have 2 power plants there that can generate light for both Bayelsa and Rivers State, no blinking. You see those 2 when we are building the fertilizer plants for ammonia. You understand? So that they can be a chemical because they have raw ammonia from that Indorama. Yeah, we had to build artificial dam inside Indorama to generate light to power that new plant, fertilizer plant inside Indorama. Build artificial dam there. Just a small artificial dam, just to roll something, just to roll one of those rotator and generate to power that plant inside Indorama. There's no river in that place, no river close to that place. Okay. But artificial dam had to happen to generate something. So, like I said, it is there to generate. Nobody wants to do it.
All right, and thank you for saying that. So, also, I lived inside Shell camp in Port Harcourt between 1996 or thereabout. And even when there's darkness all over the city of Port Harcourt, inside Shell camp, there is always light. I don't know if Shell camp still exists.
No, give me by your calculation.
See them.
So, also.
No, Tim, what you just said, 1990 this thing and 2026, that's how many years ago?
It doesn't matter. Even that time, there was darkness. So the point I'm making is Shell camp, this is Shell, has a camp where its employees live. They have constant electricity 247 inside shell camp.
So
but
you
the
guys have been
larger-
practicing this thing Aso Rock is doing in Abuja. So
No,
it's not
that's not.
today.
No. Hold on.
No,
now.
it's okay. You have said it now. It's okay. We've had
The point. Hold on. I don't want us to derail. Just listen to what I'm saying. NNPC and any of those oil companies used to have what they call JVC, joint venture agreement. Now, part of that agreement is that when they generate money, they will give a percentage to NNPC. These shell people take part of their own money to run the little facility they own. They have over maybe about, if I don't know how, maybe I don't want to exaggerate, maybe slightly under 1,000 households that live inside shell camp. Probably about 500. Their chief executive and other people, they all live inside this place. In Rumukrushi, thank you for that person who posted this thing. In Rumukrushi, I've lived there, I've seen it. This is way back in the 1990s. This is when there's no electricity in the entire Port Harcourt. Inside shell camp, there is light. So why is it difficult living up from where Local P just finished? Why are we not able to generate electricity? Is it intentional?
Yes, I think that's why I agree with Local P, because it's not longer rocket science to generate electricity. But for me, it boils down to still locally now the political will, the political structure, I will say. But again, that's where you could begin asking questions about our leaders, again, about the educated people. And those way they thought they will move from consumption to production. Do they really mean it? Do they really know what industrialization is? Because it's just like Jimmy goes, man, I want to build my house. Now me go build them. I say, I don't go buy a house. The money, I will start from the scratch, designer. But you left out the foundation. So how do you ask what they stand? Right? So even if we improvise to find a way to do the foundation, is that temporary or you are spending more? So our leaders don't really want us to industrialize. It's also tied with the danger of the superpower. And not by that. If I be superpower, I know we allow you to develop for my own benefit. Right? So the local elite, there's no political will, and then that's why you call the ask. Do they? I'm not surprised because they don't have national agenda. So is it that they know what we don't know regarding the future, that the country is not going to continue like this? Because it doesn't make sense. Nobody they even call for protest because they like no day. Just think about that. But I mean, the most important thing in 21st century, we don't get that, but nobody take up as even a campaign slogan. I've never had a political party. Bola Tinubu talk out of saying the campaign, but it's not be saying a normal slogan. So when you think and work, we say, okay, this is more than, it's not something, it's about, there's more to it that has to do with people, especially our leaders, than say we no feed one. Because, and it's going to be difficult. I don't even know how it will happen unless we destroy the system. Because when this thing they government hand, now government now go electrify the country from the capital to the rural states for the local government. This is not government project anywhere in the world before you go hand over to private. But guess what? Buhari, that one now the parting gift be that. He took it out from the exclusive leave and give it to the private. Guess people will buy them. The multi-dollar, the Lumelu and friends. Now then they in charge of electricity now. And as you start from the beginning, Bola Tinubu wants to give them 3.6 trillion. And when I say you no go win election, haba, come on now. No, but those people do the financing of his former election, not talk of now. So it's not something, just as a local say, na political, na we, na them, they do themselves. Another thing again, how come is that data, you live in Canada, data center, and they cause community problem for America. Because what? The effect of the electricity where they generate. Do you know that in Nigeria, we have over 20 data centers? As of today, we have over 20 data centers. where they consume 1.3 3 megawatt electricity.
What do you mean by data centers? What do you mean?
They go power AI.
Okay. We have over how many in Nigeria?
Over 20. Because Nigeria, like, yes, they use Lagos as the center of West Africa. Then they Port Harcourt said. As the thing they cause problem for America, because anywhere they can go, community they reject them because it's affect their electricity and their water. The cost of electricity
It consume.
go up.
Hold on, Ovia. I know what you're talking about. What you're talking about? Are you sure it's 20 in Nigeria? It's not more than that.
Oh, thank you. So I know, by
More than that,
exaggerate.
just to say, because I know what you're talking about.
I don't want to over exaggerate it, right? But those 20, the electricity they consume is equivalent to what Lagos State they consume. So you now ask your question: how come since this government come to power, electricity, the grid, we as a national grid don't fall for either Niger, one don't fall for Lagos. So the national grid with the year, that's a new phrase when this government bring up. Now the contributing factor be that. But guess what? The medias are paying not to talk about it, so the ordinary Nigerian knows to protest. So most of these things, where would they accuse the ordinary Nigerian for? They are not aware. We need to educate them. Now the job of those where they look for power, now them will need to educate people to actually know how to take action in this complex system that we are practicing. It's overwhelming to the average Nigerian, information everywhere and there. So if there's no deliberate action to educate the people, to organize the people, to destroy this system, it is too late because, as Loco said, people where they benefit from this darkness, they will sponsor government. Our government system is for sale. It doesn't matter how you do an a bag, they make them, they bring them to power. So people will sponsor them, they will always make policy that will favor them. So that's why you are seeing this 3-point-something trillion at the eve of an election. Nobody say they won't send and go abroad, though. They won't give them to Nigerians. See, now debt, they won't pay. Debt of what? So it is crazy. Then my last point, I changed my name to my village also for a reason. Because this idea of say tribal, whatever, and be a problem. Also now one village, only one. When I say only one, no other village they share anything with us. Not language. No, we only us they speak our language. We are
when
not
you finish,
to,
please tell us who your governor is, please.
We are not up to 20,000 people in the whole population, home and abroad. I go argue dead and alive, safe. Right? But guess what? Since when the Benin Empire was invaded, right? That's one village. We begin get problem. We know they see eye to eye. We marry ourselves. My mama is from one, because now 4 quarters, we just say ourselves. In a small village, you know, busy now, but we get 4 quarters. My mama is from one side, my father is from one side. We fight ourselves. We carry guns. Why? Because of leadership. Before the invasion, those 4 quarters, they get their own kingship, king differently. Then within the 4, they will come select the eldest to be the king of the whole town. That's how they rotate and peacefully they come. So as they invade the Benin Empire, where the British people come because of tax treason, they say this is not nonsense. They want to make it effective. Now they empower one person. So when that one die, in some say now go continue, and that is the beginning of our coexistence in peace. For the past 50 years, we know we live in the same place. So we see they go the same church, the same market. We know they fight ourselves. We see everything seems together.
Ovia, I have a question for you. Who is your governor?
Monday Paholo.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, that's why I say government is for sale. People will get money and then buy and put on there. If you don't like it, donate money, buy and put your own there. That's the system. That's the structure that I talk about. That until we destroy the structure, it don't pass. Or we never reach level where we will practice this kind of system. We will open up for competition.
Okay.
Right? And the competition is for sale. Which is one easiest way Nine Local just described. One way to sell part of government, to buy government with that. Thank you.
All right. Dexter, are you there? Yeah, so you've had the conversation on electricity. We started earlier on. We started talking about ethnicity and religion, and we're ending on electricity. We've spent 4 hours going to 5, and I don't want us to do that. So, what's your take on this whole thing? Why is it difficult for Nigeria to have steady power supply?
Thank you, Chin, and everybody. I've been listening in the background throughout. First of all, I think we are simplifying it. We are simplifying it too quickly. Power generation is one thing. Power transmission is another thing. Power distribution is another thing. So I heard what Loco is saying. He's talking about power generation. That's the easiest part. That's the easiest part in a grid system. So if you want to, example, just take geometric power in Abia State. It took roughly he's covering only like 10 communities, and he has been there for close to, I think, almost 12 years now. It's not as easy as we put it. So you can buy a gas turbine. You can buy the gas turbines for generation. You can say, okay, you build dams, for generation. You can install a solar farm for generation. But then you have to distribute it. You have to transmit it. First of all, you have to transmit it. You have to distribute it. There are a lot of other things that come in there. Now, one of the problems we have also is the same way we are trying to approach it. You see, in Nigeria, in Africa, we have a lack of, we don't have the penchant for detailed work, for doing something very detailed to precision. We have not generated that culture yet. That's why we are even still looking at, it will just be straightforward. Our national grid assets is comatose, whether we like it or not. That's the truth. So you have a national grid that was probably most likely set up in the 70s. Your standard power cables today, standard power cables that are made by Nexans, NKT.
But hold on, Dexter, hold on, sorry.
I don't know what you just talking. What you just say, talk?
Wait, hold on now. Lokopi, hold on. Dexter. Nigeria is not the only country where we have those things, and those things are always up for renewal and maintenance. So why can't we maintain it or change them so that we can produce better of electricity?
Because you guys don't like paying your debt. I can answer that without him saying anything. You guys like contracting everything, but you guys have a history of owing. You don't like paying. If you have a history of payments, so they can do anything without you say anything. You guys don't like paying. So let's say the way it is.
Chin, let's not play as if we don't know what's happening. So the average lifespan for a power cable, in fact, let me tell you, I contacted there's the leading power cable manufacturer in Nigeria. I think they're based in Ogun State. I contacted them. Their cables have only a 1-year warranty. 1 year. But in Europe, Japan, China, America, their power cables give you a 40 years lifespan. So just imagine that's what was installed in Nigeria, a 40 years lifespan. Now, after 40 years, you expect the cables to start failing at different points. So it's expected that in the cable industry, it's after every 40 years, you start retrieving the old ones and then you put the new ones, and you have it happening around the world with fiber optics. You have a cycle of maintenance. Now, like I started in the beginning, Nigeria, we don't have a penchant for detailed work. We don't have a plan for, look at your NNPC, your refineries. You don't have a plan that the next maintenance is at this date, we have to get, it's a large supply chain. You have to do procurement, you do planning, procurement, installation. In Nigeria, somebody will eat that money. That's what will happen. So what happens in Nigeria, like, okay, you want to do installation. So what we like in Nigeria is, like the way Tinubu has come out and said, I'm giving you 3 trillion. We like that. Oh, I'm installing this, I'm buying a generating plant. Oh, we are now generating 255 or 2,000 megawatts. Fine. How are you going to transmit it? How are you going to distribute it? How you going to get it metered? The whole plan for that system is not one. And then when you do that once, you are now supposed to, it will become a cycle so that the whole system can run. We don't do that in Nigeria. That's the reason why you have people pay an estimated bill. Because, okay, how is it? Look, if in Nigeria today, if like Loco was saying, rain falls, transformer blows. Why? One of the reasons is this. So Nigeria had a population
it's not true. Huh? It's not true. What blows transformer is overloading?
Loco, it's true. Let me tell you why.
It's not true. What blows transformer is overloading? It's not true. Don't worry.
See, let me tell you what happens in Nigeria. When I was even in university, I went to distribution stations. I walked to the community where I lived. I was one of the reasons why they used to give them lights, because I used to interrogate them. Let me tell you what happens, Loco. It's not like transformer. Let me tell you what happens many times. Now, before you install a transformer in the community, you have to know what is the average load that community is generating. Nigeria, do we have a proper metering system? People just, so let's assume that the load that community takes, maybe that community needs maybe 25 megawatts. Let's just say 25 megawatts. They install a transformer that can do 35 megawatts. Within 6 months, people would have moved in there. They will not take. They won't give any.
Bring in more transformers.
Wait,
no, but Loco P, that's not how it works. Loco P, you're not listening to what Dexter is saying. How can you not maintain? Hold on, Dexter. You can't maintain what you bought, and you're requesting for more to be delivered to you, and you're still owing on those things you bought. So based on what should they deliver more goods to you?
Adama, transformer belongs to the government, not the people. So when you say you cannot maintain, it's the government that supplies transformer, the government that do the maintenance, and the government that.
I'm telling you, Loco P, they don't do the maintenance.
If they don't do it, that is their fault, not because they don't do so. Somebody they don't want to do it. You understand? Because there's no more transformer to be distributed.
Let's move away.
Well, hold on, Dexter, please wait. I have to take. I'm working, and that's why you see me coming in and out of my camera, because I'm dealing. Loco, please, let's be logical when we're having this conversation. If you buy something, there's something called Home Depot where I live in the diaspora America. Yes. When you go and buy a lawnmower, you buy a warranty for that lawnmower. And if that lawnmower you get home, something is not working, there's something called 30 days exchange based on what you bought on that receipt. The problem with Nigeria is when you go to buy that lawnmower, this is a hypothetical situation I'm saying. You're not paying the full price on that lawnmower. You guys are sometimes you guys don't even pay half of the price of the lawnmower. So how should I maintain? Understand what I'm going to say?
Sorry, who is the who that is paying? Is it?
I'm talking about the government.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the people, because the people don't know when these things are happening.
Okay.
You're not paying the price. And when these people come back and you see things we are using in Nigeria, things that other countries have left behind, they always give us the leftovers. We are behind. And when you come back and you say, I want the maintenance on this transformer you bought 5 years ago, people are using 2026 transformers. And the part for the one you bought, which you've not paid off, cost more to maintain for the 2026. Make it make sense. Why should I maintain your transformer and you've not finished paying, but you want the latest transformer? It doesn't make sense.
Adama, you see, I know Nigeria is having issues, but trust me, we have technicians, brilliant technicians that fix transformer. As in A1, not like you say you buy transformer, you are now asking people abroad to come on. The people that fix and repair transformer, refurbish transformer, they're in Nigerians.
Local, we need to move forward. I want Dexter to
black
finish.
People. No, black
can
people.
make a
So
comment.
we can refurbish transformer. What Dexter is talking about here is easy. Look, my brother, he's like community planning.
Loco, wait. I wanted to address. You are not addressing my point. Please listen to what I'm saying. Loco, the point that
Dexter, just 2 minutes, please, so that Chineke can talk.
The point that the load increases. Is there a proper metering system in Nigeria? What I was trying to tell you that they install a transformer that is 35 megawatts within a 6 months period. The requirement in that area becomes 60 megawatts. There is no metering system. There's no system in Nigeria where we are taking statistics. What is the load usage in this area where we have done this? How you start to get to know about that is that it's now become a trip system, whereby when they try to load the place, there's a trip back. And then that's when they'll say, oh, your transformer is underloaded. So my point is that it's not the way you're making it, you're just trying to solve one. It is a grid system. It's not just one.
And Dex, I'm supporting you. We are always behind. We always buy the leftover.
If you build house in a new development, the electric pole that you are tapping from, who is the solid electric pole? Is it you or NEPA?
90% of the time it's you in Nigeria.
No. That one is not because of, hold on, listen. Yeah. Ideally, when you build a house, and yes. You understand, before they give you meter, you understand, you can't tell NEPA that I've built this house and this and that. They will come inspect your house. They can do just estimate like plus or minus what the kind of load you carry by the number of points, sockets, and lights that you have. Yeah, they will check number of points you have and just give you average, not overloading. Then, as you tell them, they give you 30 days. They come and install meter in your house. But before you take that electric pole, that 2 naked wire, and come and put in your house and supply whatever, in fuse. You understand? They know. They are the ones who do the installation.
Sorry. 1 minute.
One minute because I have to run.
No, but what you're doing is not right. Please let me say what. Dexter, hold on. I want to understand where Locopi is coming from. Locopi is trying to say that what the government. I'm not understanding what he's saying. I see where Dexter is coming from, and I agree with him. Locopi, what is your point? That's where I want to understand.
Okay, hold on, Locopi. Sorry, hold on. Please, just hold on. I want this gentleman to talk. He's been here, and we haven't allowed him to talk. Please.
Oh, who is the gentleman? Is this Nagoram? Please, let Nagoram wait. Let the Locopi. They are all in the same place. Please, I beg. Let Locopi answer the question.
Well done. Let Locopi he will come back to your question. I want the gentleman to talk. Please, Chinayam, go ahead. Unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tim, and good evening, everyone.
We can't hear you, sir. Sorry, your voice is cracking. Please log off and come back in. I can't hear you.
Adama, relax now. Show what you have. Relax.
I'll do that.
Your mic. I think your mic is like...
Your mic is horrible.
Your mic, yeah.
Can you try speaking?
Say something again. Oh, Adama, you don't push on that.
Okay,
guys,
hold on. Listen, we have spent 5 hours on this, so I want us to quickly, in the next 15 minutes, do this. I'll shut this thing down, please. Dexter, finish your thoughts, and then anybody who can make a comment can make the comment, and then we go.
Yeah, Chim. So what I'm saying is, I know Locopi is trying to foster solutions, but don't oversimplify it. He's talking about you are trying to place. It's more like in a standardized system. But the system in Nigeria is clearly on government spaces. It's not standardized. The example, he said, "Oh, if you are putting up your house, you need poles." So let us hypothetically say that I'm moving into an area. I'm the first person moving into an area. Yes. And I'm putting poles. I put poles, maybe 10 poles. NEPA puts 10 poles, and they get the metering for my house. I'm the first person that moves in there. Mm-hmm. Maybe they put a transformer for me. They assume that, okay, what I'm going to be using there, 1 megawatt. Within a space of 6 months, other people moving. Those people will not report. They'll get the local electrician. They'll get the local electrician to tap into the line. They're not going to report to the NEPA. The authorities don't call.
That's a crime being committed. Hold on. They will not, let me tell you the truth, that they don't call electrician sometimes, but they do call NEPA staff to come and help them to fix it, which is not supposed to be. I'm just telling you, at this situation, that's how it's supposed to be.
But look, we both know. Let's not put an idealistic thing on a realistic thing we know. So that you are talking idealistically. This is how it's supposed to be. But it will solve the problem.
That's why I said it's unintentional. They are deliberately unintentional. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, guys. I need to go. Chinayam, is your volume good? You're going to be the last speaker. I can't hear you.
I'm not sure. Am I coming across clear?
There is this.
Are you using the headset?
Okay, Sorry, maybe
Wait,
I should use
hold on. Are you using a headset?
No.
Your volume is horrible. You're very bad.
Try headset. Try headset. Try headset. Is your mic on the computer?
There is even no need for that. Look, guys, I need to run. I have an appointment. It's been a wonderful conversation. We've been on this since 2 p.m. New York time. The whole idea was to link how electricity.
Sir, please, what do you mean you need to run? I've not given my own opinion. Everybody just spoke. I didn't say anything. I don't understand. What are you saying? You need to run based on what?
What do backstage, Mr. Tim?
Adam, good for you. You
Okay,
see,
so
you didn't allow us to
show
speak.
to you and then go away.
So go away.
No, I've not said anything now. I'm just pushing back on their question. What are you saying? You need to run. I've not said anything.
Okay, all right, go ahead and say
Thank you. Hey. Thank you very much. I just want to say, everything Desta said, he spoke my mind. And Loco P spoke my mind as well.
Then why do you still need to speak?
And yes, all of you spoke my mind. The truth is, in order for us to get where we're going, we need electricity. Nothing gets done in darkness. Darkness makes you become depressed. Anything you want to think about. And for the people in the comment section, I don't care what your comment is. You don't need to like it. If you don't like my comment in the stage and push back on what I'm saying. That's your business. So, yes, I agree with everything Dexter said and everything Masca said, including tonight. I can't believe I'm agreeing with tonight. I think I've been working too much. I can't even think straight. But it's okay. But the truth is, in order for us
now only my governor, I agree with.
Of you, stop this thing where you do. You see where let's stop me. Let me just keep quiet. In order for us to get to where we are going, we need electricity. And Africa is not, Nigeria specifically is not where we are. And for those people that were saying, oh, Adama, what you're saying, Uncle, when Chris was talking, when you go to the hospital, when they ask you a question, ethnicity and your race is two different things. Your race is, are you a black or a Caucasian person? Mean, are you black or white? Race means ethnicity. Are you Calabar, Uyo, Hausa, or whatever? And I just want to tell you guys, maybe I'm wrong and I'm willing to learn. I don't think there's any medical facility in Nigeria where you come in for a medical emergency will ask you what your ethnicity is. They will ask for your race, which is the basic in every medical organization. Because guess what? When you get blood donated to you, the blood given to you is not based on your ethnicity. They are not giving you that blood based on that you are Calabar or you are Hausa or you are Iyo. So let's stop that. And in order for you to get that blood in a pump that we use, you need electricity. So yes, I agree with everything. This topic is something I would have loved to speak more out of, but since the moderator is in a rush and needs to go somewhere.
No, if you
see, even forget that I was here.
If you want
it's
to
okay,
moderate,
please don't apologize. So I understand. It's okay.
Okay, but if you want to moderate, because there is Ify trying to join, I have a medical appointment. Ify can join and you can continue. Since you have access to this thing. Otherwise,
yes, please let's join because if you, my sister, I need to hear her voice.
All right, so
please end this segment. No, before you end, create a part 2 and let's start this part 2. I can create the part 2 if you don't want me to.
Okay,
let me go backstage.
Go ahead and create the part. Go ahead and create the
end, and I'll come in with the part 2.
All right, go ahead and create a part 2 so that people can join in. But guys, thank you very much for joining us. It's been fantastic. The whole idea was to see how this, what I call the 3 twin evils, are affecting Nigeria's development. So a part 2 is going to be created. If I come back and you people are still on, I'll join you. All right.
I appreciate conversation and
yes, I am going to do that. I want to thank all the people who have supported us today. First and foremost, I want to thank T-League. I also want to thank Oriako Tokwe. I want to thank everybody in the comment section. I want to thank all of you, the panelists who have joined to enrich this program. Some people have already left. So, but I can't start mentioning all your names. So Ify, incidentally, you would have to wait for the next one to be created, and then you would join them in that show. All with that being said, to all those who have helped make the show a success, to the producers and everybody else, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of what is today called Easter Monday. Bye.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you.